All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, June the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I know I've already got a couple of sound checks earlier, but another sound check. Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. All right. Actually, I don't see a couple of yes. There we go. I don't see a couple of yeses. It's 9 o'clock. I'm just waiting for a couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can, number one, see my screen and hear me. Okay, thank you. All right, guys. Well, first of all, let's talk about the trade of the week. The free trade of the week is Fortinet, FTNT, and the suggested entry is 72.25, so it's a little bit below that. You got the email. Is this so I guess this will have something to do with AI. Okay. So anyway, FTNT is the trade of the week. Is not triggered yet. Now, some crazy ones, absolutely crazy ones. I know some of you were in the room already. MTLX, whoops, just give me a moment. MTLX actually got up to $100. How about LTX? L M MLTX. MLTX. It's insanity, guys. It truly is. I mean, this got, what did it get to? But $108, $107. Jumps on a phase 2 win for skin disorder candidate. It's a it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. 33 million. I mean, this is trading like it has 330,000 shares in the float. And it came, it's still up 81%, but my goodness, this just kept ripping and ripping and ripping all the way up to 10. Let's get the exact number. 107.51. Probably over, but no true rhyme or reason for that. Meds. Now, meds was something that was really running last week, and I can't see any specific news today other than it's just a continuation. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, it had let's see, that was Thursday, Friday, and then today. I'm sorry, that was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now got through the 200-day moving average, but no, it's way above it, of course. And now this is the low flow. This is what I was suggesting. Maybe the other one was, but this is like 333,000 shares in the float. And I know they had some news last week where they bought some company, but I guess this is just continuation. I don't see any specific news for it today. And this is the news. Okay. I don't know what the super latest is, but BMEA. Another one active in the pre-market. So releasing so positive data releases clinical data on diabetes treatment. So it's type 2. No, it's not. It's type 2 diabetes. I'm looking for what phase this is, stage 1, 2, or 3. I can't see. Anyway, now JP Morgan has raised their price target to $51 from 38. So that is having an additional effect. Morning, YouTubers. Ruby. Mercy, MRCY. Well, I used to see this one quite a bit. MRCY. This is gapped down. MRCY has gapped down because after the company said it reviewed, I guess it maybe was looking to put itself up for sale. So it's reviewing strategic alternatives, and it has now decided to pursue a standalone strategy, which includes finding a new CEO. So I have a feeling, so I'm pretty sure what was happening is they were looking maybe to sell themselves, and now they decided not to. Lucid, guys, Lucid actually had some, I guess, decent news for it. I mean, Lucid was just in a free fall, another all-time low on Friday, and partnership with Aston Martin. I'm going to get the no data. Yeah, so this is a 3-year deal, $232 million. I think, well, that other one, yeah, the other headline that I was trying to read, I believe it said $131 million over 3 years cash, plus Aston Martin stock, the James Bond car. So, definitely a shot in the arm anyway for Lucid after being just beaten up seemingly forever. CLGN. Okay, so they are receiving $10 million from ABBV. So that's the news for CLGN, and it is a low float, 7.6 million in the float. I forgot to mention Femi. Femi's at the top of my list here. FEMY. The reason, look at that. Okay, that's probably why I forgot about it. Yeah, it popped up to what, $1.70, and it's been more than cut in half now. Ugly, my goodness. Ugly, ugly, ugly. I mean, it's still up 34%. And the only thing I can see I did see FDA approval PR press release. Approval for what? I don't know. Company announced FDA approval of its some acronym IDE for the pivotal client clinical trial, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so it got bombed way up here, and now it's just collapsed. It's almost like they're doing a financing. We're going to keep an eye on Mara, guys. We see crypto is still over 30,000. So, Mara is still hanging in there. What is the high on Friday? Is it what, 13, 14, 13.10? Yeah, I did see this HTCR, but I think it did the same sort of thing. Yeah, big pop up and then a big pullback. It's actually gone, it's basically flat now. Take a look at AI itself. It rocked on Friday. Well, actually, the last few days was, there was a high last week, I think around 40, almost $50, got down to 32. So it's, maybe trying to hold a base here. And that is AI. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is about 31. So that might hold it, but that's a big, big, big drop. Free, didn't mention free, FREE, trading higher after a 13D filing is giving me no data to display. Like maybe they're going to be bought out or something. Guess we have to pay attention to this one for a bit anyway. GRNQ. This has been an active one. GRNQ, low float. I don't see any earnings plays to the guy right now. Anyway, they're meeting med filter requirements. I don't see any earnings plays either in the upside or the downside. We'll see a few more this week, though. Probably this tomorrow for sure. And there might be some today. I just don't. Nothing is happening though that is making or passing my filter requirements. Is ROIV? Let's take a look at ROIV. We do not have it as an earnings play. We have it on the 29th. We don't have it today. And I'm looking here. I don't see it as an earnings play, Mac. I do see some news on news the 23rd, but I don't see it as an earnings play today. No, well, I'm looking at IB. I don't see usually when it's an earnings play, I'll see it in IB. I don't see it. And I'm talking in the news here. We have it on the 29th in the pre-market. Not here either. I'm pretty sure it must be the 29th. Normally it would appear here also, the results. So, all right, guys, what time is it now? 9:13. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning. Not too many of each. Oh, I forgot to mention Moderna, guys. Yeah, mRNA. mRNA, little gap up, price target of 190, 191 put on by UBS. Forgot to mention that one, Moderna, mRNA. Seems like an insane price target. Oh, guess what, guys? I'm going to tease you here on this one. Give me a moment as I keep typing in some of these downgrades now. Okay, let me get the upgrades and the downgrades into the room, and then I'm gonna talk about one of those downgrades. Hearing CCL now. I'm just hearing it now. Yeah, it's an earnings play now. So I wasn't saying there were no earnings plays. It's just that none of them were whatever earnings plays there were not passing through my filters or not meeting any filter requirements. But yeah, I see CCL now. It just popped up here. Now, interestingly, guess who else has joined the downgrades of Tesla? Goldman Sachs has downgraded Tesla today. So that is it's getting to be a bit of a theme now, guys. I think we had Morgan Stanley last week, and I think we had another fairly major brokerage. And now we've got Goldman Sachs downgrading Tesla. So if you think these downgrades are really going to start to take effect, as always, you can buy this TSLS. Okay, instead of having to short Tesla, if you don't want to short Tesla, I'm not saying to do this, but I'm just saying that we're getting more and more analysts that are piling in on Tesla on the short side. And say Goldman Sachs entered it today. So you can buy this one, TSLS, and that would be in effect shorting Tesla. Hmm. So yes, the 0.32 beats. So they only lost 32 cents. It beat the 34 cents. I'm just going to take a look here. Sales 4.9 billion, beat the 4.77 billion. Okay, but they're still losing money. And that is CCL. Let's take a look at NCLH just to see if the competition, the peers are doing something that's similar. They're not, it's not earnings release, but, and then RCL. So that was a big pop up to about 1651, and now it's dropped a dollar and it's actually gone negative. So, they tried to paint a fairly rosy picture on the earnings released today, but they're still losing money. Let's see, the SPY, we're going to have a mildly negative open, guys. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar. Scroll down to show more, and then get the sector status up, the channel up, sector status channel up. Come on. There we go. Is this right? This doesn't seem right, guys. The reason I'm saying that is that the SPY is down a little bit, but it looks like every single sector is positive except for retail. It doesn't make sense to me. This is 9/18. This is today. 6/26. Okay, well, let's assume this is correct. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 61% in green, what that means is that the stocks that make up XLE, 61% of them are above Friday's close. Excuse me. Now it's interesting because usually energy is all or nothing. Usually 100% are below or 100% are above. More importantly, what I'm more interested in, where are these guys with respect to their 200-day moving average? XLE is still one of the major sectors that is below the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line you see in the daily chart, and continuing to drift away. Retail was kind of hovering around it. Yeah, kind of hovering around it, but now it's starting to drift down a little bit again. Take a look at consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, just a little bit above that 200-day moving average for XLP. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Again, just a little bit above it. Meds on the move, guys. Meds on the move. 21 now. MEDS, XLI. So it's well above the 200-day, but you can kind of see that it's drifting down. Now, financials definitely will be below after touching above it last week. But now look at this drifting down below it again. Discretionary, this is the one that I don't understand why it's so far above, unless I'm not understanding the definition of discretionary. Anyway, that's above materials, XLB. Other one, guys, that is, it's above the 200-day, but, getting closer and closer. Now, communications and technology have been the stars. Let's see how, yeah, they're still well above. Still well above. That's XLC, that's communications. And then technology, XLK. Yeah, so still communications and technology leading the way, but we're getting some of these ones that are above the 200-day that are starting to drift down towards it. You can see that CCL appeared in the gap up, and now appeared in the gap down. Well, let's see. Let's take a look at NCLH now too. Again, they don't release until, well, not until August, but it's being dragged down now by CCL. And then take a look at RCL. RCL, I'm pretty sure is going to look the same with a big red candle. Yeah. So the three cruisers, guys. Right. What I'm doing right now is just checking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in, either in the upside or the downside. I do see this LVLU. Um, yeah, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Any news on it? I can't see any headline on this one. Look at this Mercy here. Where could it stall? Well, I'm going back, to 2018, before we see levels like this for MRCY, Mercury Systems. So, I mean, this really super weak, obviously, and it's interesting. I mean, it has been drifting down for the last few days. And again, the news on this one was that it looked like they were, I don't know, maybe putting themselves up for sale, but now they decided not to, and they're going to look for a new CEO. But this has been drifting down for quite a while now. Yikes, CCL just getting clobbered now. Look at this red candle, giant red candle on the 15-minute chart. Real, I just see you there. Good morning. No. Buenos dias. So I have Jen. I wonder if William's here. Because this is a all I've got here is negative data. Okay, so negative data, whatever press release I had today, obviously was not received well. F Gen. Well, let's take a look at, might be about as real as saying it's at the linear regression channel at the bottom. Let's take a look. I mean, the next low looking left is around 1383, I think, on a daily chart. Actually, 1474. 1474 on the daily chart is the next low looking left. It's at 1485 right now. So 1474 is the next low. If it takes that out, then the next low is 1384. So that would have another dollar to the next low if it takes out that 1474. And it's having a wee bounce right now. 1 minute already? Okay. Well, everybody, let's have a great start to this trading week. This is yeah, I guess it is 5 days. Next week, next Tuesday is another market holiday, July 1st in the States. So let me get rid of this. I'll get set for the open. I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Okay, we are now open. All right. Well, there's the meds. Now the meds is making a market high. Of course, you got a high in the pre-market up to about 21. So it pulled back. Hmm. I think something's going a little wacky here for my. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm getting FGen showing up on my options plays. Okay. I thought I had a filter on these that the stock had to be up for the day, but I guess not. Okay, so this is FGen showing up. It is way down. Most of the time when you see in the options plays and the stock is making a new high, most of the time the stock is also up for the day. In other words, up from the previous day's close. And in this case, of course, it is not, but it is showing up in the options plays. I'm not that wild about that. All right. Well, Meds on the move, guys. What's the spread like? 1878, 1903, 1920. I mean, it's not horrible for a stock that is moving this quickly, but it's too early for me. 1850. Yeah, look at this. My goodness. Yeah, I mean, just steer clear, guys, for a while anyway, if forever today. This is really hopefully nobody got all excited and took this one. Just got halted on the way down also. MEDS just got halted on the way down. Morning, Brian, in our YouTube room. And any other YouTubers that happen to be there. Yeah, there's Mara, guys. So crypto. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing exactly. Mara, a little bit of a pop. BITO. Let's take a look at BITO and see what's happening with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a little bit down, a little bit weak this morning. Well, AI is having a surge also, guys. AI is having a surge. The high on Friday was about 36.39. So it has some room, a little over about $1.40 away from that high at Friday. Okay, guys, Mara. Be interesting if it takes out Friday's high, which is I think 13.10. Mara's at 12.77 right now. Well, listen, CCL had like a little bounce, but boy, this is getting weaker and weaker. And again, the next low looking left is 1384, getting very close to that low for CCL. I mean, real saying, yeah, like it might bounce. These will not continue down all day, but boy, trying to catch where it's going to bounce. But again, the next low looking left for CCL is 1384 on the daily chart. And sure that NCLH and RCL are doing very much the same thing. Sympathy plays. So NCLH, the next low looking left, is 1834. And then if it takes out 1834, 1758, and then RCL has actually had a bit of a bounce. Yeah, what do you think of that price target put on by UBS and Moderna? $190, $191. So the next high for Moderna mRNA is 124.16. Takes that out, 128. And if it takes that out, 133. Of course, we're not saying any of that's going to happen, but I wonder if any other analysts are coming in. I mean, that's an insane price target for this stock. 191. I mean, that's about a third. Now they've in theory, this is a downgrade for them because previously they had 221. So now it's only 191. Okay, guys, a couple of AI plays. IonQ. Okay, a couple of AI plays. Now the high last week, or the high on Friday, was 1073 for IonQ, and then one that was very active last week was SOUN, another AI play. To me, it's got to get over 4. The high last week was 4, or sorry, on Friday was 402. Before that was 444. It's a SOUN. So, the AI plays are, they're kind of back. IonQ, again, the next high looking left for IonQ is 1067. So it definitely has some room. The longer it holds over 10 for IonQ, establishing maybe a good support area, but it is early. Boy, Mara, guys, Mara, approaching 13, MARA. How's Riot doing? I think Riot is really lagging. Mara. Well, it's having a nice little pop here. And the next high for Riot is just over 12, I believe. Yeah, 12.11. Here's one, SLRN, guys. What is it? Wow, look at SLRN. It might be too late. 23.8, no. 2380 was the alert on my on the 10-day daily breakout. It's early though. It is still early, but what is happening with this one? SLRN. What's the float like? 64 million. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? It didn't do anything. It did not do anything in the pre-market. Next high looking left. I'll take a look at Pfizer in a second here, real. Next high looking left for SLRN is 2517. 2517. So that has got some room, but it is early. Again, I don't like taking things in the first 15 minutes. And that's a big, big pop. Okay, here we go. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all, but Morgan Stanley's putting a $29 price target on them. And that is for SLRN. That's the only news I can see. They had earnings on the 15th, which is no big deal, but so that is old news also, guys. This Morgan Stanley price target, that is old news. That's on the 21st. That is not today. Okay. So wow, look at this SLR. I mean, I did not take it, guys. I just did not take. What was the spread like? 24.56, 24.85, 25.03. I mean, the spread is it's okay now. I mean, it's 23 cents for a stock that's moving this quickly is not bad, but I did not take it. Wow. Oh, JK, I don't, I mean, I don't know exactly why. I mean, maybe, yeah, the fact that they didn't lose as much and maybe they had a little bit more revenue, but maybe market's saying, hey, but you're still losing money. I mean, I don't know. You're talking about why CCL dumped after what looked like a positive release. You're still losing money. But of course, that's just my opinion. I mean, I can't tell you exactly. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be a head scratcher. I mean, beats expectations as demand keeps accelerating, but stock pulls back. Let me take a look at Tesla. But I'm going to take a look at the short ETF. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the short ETF for Tesla. No, not yet, not yet. I mean, yeah, Goldman joined the chorus of downgrading Tesla with I think it was Morgan Stanley last week, and I believe one other major brokerage downgraded Tesla, but Goldman downgraded it this morning. Okay, so for Mara, for me anyway, I am got to put an alert at the high of Friday and see if it takes that out. Okay. I've got an alert set just over $13. I think the high was 13.10. Yeah, 13.10 was the high. And certainly when you look at the weekly chart, if it took out that 13.10, then the next highs are in the around 14 level. But well, to do now, Bitcoin is having, yeah, Bitcoin's up $66. Now I can follow Bitcoin, guys. I don't have to ask you guys. $30,494. Thanks for, can't remember who it was who said I could add it to IB. Okay, now I'd be really careful here. Yeah, it just got stopped. Yeah, I mean, the AI had, a long for MLTX. Um, yeah, I would not have been too wild about that one. Look at the market, guys. Huge surge here in the market. We were in for a, mildly negative open, but look at this. Big, 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 giant green candle here. Okay, I know Shady was talking about Lucid, and Lucid pre-market high was up here around 619, 620. How to deal with Aston Martin? Very interesting. Let me see if I can see the whole deal again, or is it going to give me no data to display? This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? They're doing that again. What is the market for Aston Martin battery electric vehicles? I mean, how many people can afford an Aston Martin? Many in this trading room, of course, but still. Already done my James Bond joke on it, Grumpus. Ooh, this was shortable for me. SLRN, SLRN. We got right to these highs here. ONC guys, ONCY. That was a big one on. I think it was pretty active on Friday. Actually, the last week. Yeah, ONC was pretty active last week. A little bit of activity this morning. Last week's high was up on the 340 level for ONCY. Okay, now this is showing up. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Somebody going long BMEA? Was that wasn't you, was it? That wasn't you, Shady, was it? Long over 32.35, so I'm assuming it didn't hit. Or did it hit? Anyway, this is showing up on my gap down now. Now, BMEA, again, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Um, it looks like 28.72 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. 28.72, so it's at 30, approximately a little less than $2 away. Well, I'm going to stick an alert underneath 30 for this one, say around 29.73. I think that's the low of today and on Friday, approximately for BMEA, and see if it takes that out. Okay. And again, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Nike, doesn't Nike have earnings this week? NKE doesn't have earnings this week? Yeah, June 29th. So Nike has earnings this week. Okay, guys, there's the BMEA. I couldn't get the terrible spread right now, but I couldn't get it where I wanted it. Not that many shorts available right now. There are 4,500 shares at Interactive Brokers. I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. It moved down so quickly on me. So look at this market, guys. A huge green bar to start on the 15. Follow up one so far. Oh man, anybody get that short, guys, for BMEA? Boy, look at the ion Q. All right, keep an eye on the SOUN, guys. It's from the options plays, okay? Now the ion Q has exploded. There it is, 10:03, and it got up to what, 10:50 so far. So SOUN has lagged. Okay, I think it's got to get through four. If it can get through four, the next high is around 450, which would be a nice percentage move if it got anywhere close to that. And the FGen I was not really interested in because this was down for the day. Yeah, thought I had a filter in here that the stock had to be up for the day, but I guess not. Most of the ones that I've seen for over the last couple of weeks since I've resurrected this one, the stocks have been up for the day. Well, I haven't looked at any of the halts and resumes yet. So what's happening with BRTX? BRTX, low float, 3 million in the float. So got halted at 713 and pulled right back down. All right, PFE, Pfizer, yes. Aha, yes, Pfizer. So you're probably looking at some kind of a bounce. Looks like when I'm looking at the channel I've got, definitely below on a 5 minute anyway. Looks like the next low looking left, 36.17, 36.17 for Pfizer. Oh, short. Okay. Okay. Below the channel though, the one I've got anyway. Yeah. So CCL did have a bounce. I don't know. I just don't know how to play it. I mean, it finally bounced around 1421. The next low was 1372. VWAP is 1484 for CCL, so it's right at the VWAP. Guys, Mara is getting back again. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is up 157 now. The last time I looked, it was 67. So Mara is moving. It's been kind of trading a little bit independently though. But I would love to see Mara take out the 1310, 1311. That's what happened on Friday. Yeah, I'd be on the other side of this for a while anyway, Shady. If I just couldn't get the price I wanted for BMEA on the short. All right, ATUS is showing up on my option scanner. Now, what's the next high looking left? A little too close. Too bad. If the next high was up in this tree level, I'd be all over this. But the next high is around 250, so it may surge right through that. Where BMEA continues. I mean, the next the next low, 27.27 on the weekly anyway. 27.27. Are you still in BMAA? You said it triggered for you, so I don't know what your stop is for BMEA. Well, let's see how close it gets to that weekly low, which is 27.27. So it's a little less than $1 away from that next weekly low for BMEA. I mean, this had a big gap up in the pre-market after positive data from diabetes drug study, but again, market saying okay for a while, yay, but it's a big nay right now. Good morning, YouTubers. All right, guys, take a look at APLD. Just keep an eye on Mara, guys, on a 13 break. I think if it gets over 13, as long as, I mean, obviously, as long as Bitcoin continues to be over 30,000. Okay, let's take a look at, yeah, Lucid's looking decent. CID looking decent. The next high, it's probably getting right close. Like 631 is the next high. If it can get through all that, then you're talking 665, 670-ish. All right, so CCL now is giving up that VWAP, okay? 1484, starting to give up the VWAP. All right, let's see if this continues down a bit. 1422 is the low of the day. Market surge still, guys. Boy, with that giant green candle to start, follow up by a modest one and another one. Mara, guys, Mara getting closer to 13. Okay, guys, so I am short this CCL, okay? I am short 1472 actually. Put a stop around that 1484 mark, the VWAP, if it gets back up to the VWAP. So I'm short CCL and see if it any breakdown from here. On C, guys, ONCY approaching 3 now. Take a look at Weave here, guys. I do see this is in the race here. I also sort of remember, I think it had an upgrade this morning. What a move it's at. Well, this is a weekly chart. So yeah, 2 months, basically from 4 to 10 in a couple of months for Weave Communications. The communications stocks have been, communications sector has been one of the best sectors. All right, guys. Well, CCL making its way down a bit anyway. BMEA just made another new low. So there's a 27.27. Will that hold it? Actually, there's some a little bit of short covering at Interactive Brokers on the BMEA. I don't know why, but the available shorts now are 10,000. The last time I looked, there was about 4,000. So there has been some short covering, but I don't know why. So far, this is still super weak. Apple an all-time high, really? Yes, it is 100.1% all-time high for Apple. Wow. Well, so far, at least, intraday, those brokerages suggesting Tesla is overvalued right now. Not a big reaction yet, anyway. All right. Well, BMEA got close now to that 27.27, which is that weekly low right there, 27.27. It takes that out. My goodness, the next low is 23.90. And it just took it out. Citigroup coming in trying to defend it, ha! Putting raising their price target to 90. And again, if you're wondering why we'll talk about this, I mean, it's the only one on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, had I kept chasing it down, it would have been fine. I just did not know, of course, it was going to keep doing this. But there was the alert at 29.85. I was trying to get it at 29.68, and it just couldn't get a fill. And again, there were shorts available. Jamie, I don't know. I don't. So somebody asked, maybe somebody knows. Is there an ETF for Apple, like Tesla and Nvidia? I think somebody posted that a while. No, I don't know specifically with Apple, but somebody did post a bunch of them. It would seem to me that Apple would have one. Maybe just type in Apple ETF and see what happens. It wasn't Direxion. I think it was something gray something or other. Somebody will know. So the question is, does Apple have an ETF that you can buy or short? There we go. Pepe knows. AAPU. That's nice. Oh, you want to buy Apple. Okay. You want to buy Apple, but you don't want to, buy Apple like the stock. You can, now the only issue is it doesn't trade very much. Oh, okay. AAPD. Okay. So there's the bear. Okay. So you want to short Apple. You want to short Apple, you would buy this right now, but it doesn't trade very much, does it? Both of them are around 22,000 shares. So, contrast that with, here's Tesla, 391,000 shares. The Tesla Bear. So, I mean, you got to be a little, yeah, you got to be a little careful if you're going to do anything with that app. I'm surprised it doesn't have more activity. Finger Guys, FNGR. Now, this has been super active the last, well, now the third week. Okay, Mara. Does it take out that 1310? So FNGR, the next high is looking left. Look like there's a lot of resistance not that far away. Well, let me check. 404, 404, 442, 439. So I guess if it gets over four, we've got some room to 430 and then 450. To me, just not quite enough. I just wish this on the weekly chart for FNGR wasn't there. I wish it was more up here that we were looking and seeing that where the next lows were, or sorry, the next highs. You get the email, Chris? Usually it's laid out in the email. Question was, how is the trade of the week figured out? It's usually laid out in the email. I can't add any more to it. I mean, I know they talk about a pullback or something to, okay, FTNT has been showing relative strength during this market pullback, positive change in the 5, 10, 20-day time frame. Oh, hitting an all-time high also. Oh, it's been a strong stock. Relative strength versus a SPY. I mean, and it's the pullback above the 50 SMA Pro. Okay, but if you got the email, it's all laid out there. Okay, Mara failed to take out that 1310, guys. Boy, that'd be, oh, what a miss, what a miss, what a miss. Boy, you just, my sound, of course, is the pig grunting. So I just keep hearing this pig, the oink, 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 over and over and over again. In case you're wondering, you think I'm crazy. And the actions and the pig sound for this. So anything moving down on my 10-day daily breakdown, every time this one makes a new low, I hear that sound. I hope not, PJ. All right. Well, CCL at least is giving me something. Not a rocket ship like the BMEA, but better than nothing, I guess. So the 1422 is the low. Old McBarry. 1422 is the low. So that's one in which, taking out the VWAP certainly was something to pay attention to. They don't all work like this, but where's the VWAP for the 3078? Even that one. Okay, so question in our YouTube room, what was the trade of the week? I didn't get the email. So as I say every single time, just going to reiterate this. So first of all, the trade of the week was FTNT. The trigger was 72.25, so it has triggered. Okay. Whether you take the trade or not, it's up to you, of course. But if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. So again, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. And then also, if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. But anyway, the trade of the week is FTNT, and it did trigger. The trigger was 72.25. So this is now a triggered trade, and it's only at 72.34. So still in the area. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hey guys, what happened? A machine gun. So SFWL got halted on the way up. And this is probably one of those SPAC, maybe not. It's not a SPAC, but it's a holding company. Okay. The only thing I can ask you to do is I'm talking to Goose Eggs in our YouTube room. Let's see if they can check. Go to our homepage. Actually, you don't have to do that. I'm going to give you my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, just wait for the Q&A to pop up. Okay, the questions and answers to pop up. When it pops up, ask the question. Say, this is my email address, and I've signed up for the trade of the week. I don't appear to be getting it, and I have checked my spam folder and promotions folder if you have Gmail. See what they say. See if you're actually registered. That's the best I can do for you, okay? But make sure you give them the email that you think you used to sign up for the trade of the week. Wow. Well, this is giving me way more than I thought. I'll be honest about that. The CCL guys. Oops. And I am just covered some, okay? In case it cannot take out in case the low of the day holds it. So I've just covered some at 1430 mark from 1472. That is the CCL. Just a question about the sound, guys. Is the noise canceling working, or do you hear noise in the background? Because I don't think I've activated that mic or that option. Sounds good. So still the noise canceling. Okay. Ah, I see. So maybe it's late. Maybe it's late. Okay. So Goose Egg, somebody, Blaine in our other room is saying they finally got the trade of the week email a few minutes ago, even though the time on the email shows 4 a.m. Now, I don't know if that's on our end or on your end. I definitely got it at, did I get it? Showed up at 7:05 Eastern time in the morning, of course, for me. Mara, guys, I know I keep mentioning this one, but it's just got that feel to it. If it can take out that 1310, I don't mean you just pile into the trade if it takes out 1310, but at least if it gets to that area, we know then it's at Friday's high. Well, I guess I should get prepared for CCL, maybe taking out that low of the day. The next low would be 1383, 1385 on the daily chart for CCL. Not saying it's getting there, but right there, 1384 is the next low. If it can take out today's low, which is 1421. Thank you, Pepe. You're right. I know we started that maybe 6 months ago, where you could go to your account and check the ones that you wanted to receive. It may not matter, but yeah, obviously it's a good idea to check it. But like Blaine said in the main room, he got the email. It was just late. Now I don't know if that's on our end, Because I don't think we stagger it. I don't think, no, well, if we do, we're not doing it on purpose anyway. We're not sort of staggering the email that goes out. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, because I got mine at 7:05. I'm gonna ask the question. Yours came in at 4:09, Harold. Well, it's Pacific time. Yeah, so 7:09 Eastern. Okay. We may do it in batches, but I didn't think we did, Pepe. And if we do it in batches, they should all be before the market opens. You guys, I'm continuing to watch the CCL to see if it can take out that low of the day, 1422. Hey guys, there's the bounce now for CCL. Now might be over. That low of the day might be too hard for it to get through. Okay, so we're in for one of these days, are we? Sort of the schizo spy day, big giant green candle. May be wiped out by this one. this current 15-minute candle. So I didn't like the ATIS. I know the ATIS showed up on the option plays, but I thought 250 might stall it. Looks like it did. Now, you know what? Yeah, ZD. I'm just going to mention sound. SOUN. Very bad of me to miss this one. Rats. Well, there it was. Okay, and the Ion Q ripped earlier. The sound. The last time I looked at it, I was saying, okay, let's watch to see if we can get over 4. And maybe you get to that high of Thursday. Then it certainly did, and more now. SOUN. All right, guys, 10:37. So let me do a few things here. First of all, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, we still have that 25% off. It'll be good to the end of the month. All right, so when you click on that, this is the direct link. So if you click on that, this is what you're going to see. There's the promo test drive 25. Again, there's when it runs out in 4 days, 16 hours, etc. And now, if you don't know Trade Ideas, if you're thinking about getting it, try us out for a month. Don't go annual right off the bat. Okay, try us out for a month, and if you like it, within a month, you will honor, and you want to go to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay, this is just give you an idea how much Trade Ideas does cost. Premium standard, annual, monthly. So the premium annual is 2,000 less the 25%. The standard is 1,000 less the 25%. And the monthly 118 and 228 less the 25% for the first month only. Okay. And again, if you do, and there's no problem going month to month. But obviously, the reason to go annual is you'll get a better per monthly rate. But you look at this red candle now on the SPY. But do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product, okay? Now, next, I'm just going to get my home page and show you all of the good stuff you can get from my homepage. Okay, well, you don't know what to do with it, okay? Any particular reason why you took it out without knowing anything about the product? But I'm sort of teasing, but just give me a moment, okay? Okay, I put my homepage link in. When you click on it, so this is what you're going to see. And again, if you want to take out the subscription, it's right here also. Now, the getting started. I don't know if you've done the getting started. You say you just check out a subscription and anybody else, you must do this. You must do the getting started. And it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. Talks about introduction to scans, what a top list window is, what an alert window is. Okay. So if you haven't done that first, if you haven't done that, you must do this. Okay. That'll give you at least a basic knowledge of what Trade Ideas is. Okay. That's number one. Stock of the day video. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. This is free, of course. We talked about the trade of the week. Some Most of you have got it. Some of you some say you haven't got it, but anyway, the trade of the week is FTNT, and the trigger was 72.25. Let's take a look at it right now. It's free, by the way. But yeah, it did trigger. So even if you didn't get it, well, it hasn't really moved past the trigger price. 72.25 is the trigger price, so 72.30 right now. And you can sign up for it right here. Big education section. Again, if you're new, here's our user guide. There's the getting started again. Now, here's a little more in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay. You click on stock racing. This is the race that I'm sharing here. It has 4 videos to show you what stock racing is all about. And then the race startup and configuration, etc., all clickable. Again, I know we hammer this point home, but getting started series again. Now, daily support sessions, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris. I will verify that before I take my break, though. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link into the room, so you can head over and listen to Chris between 12 and 1 over on YouTube. And last, my scans are here, scans that I am sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That kind of sets me up a bit for the day. To find the ones that could be active all day long. Certainly the ones that are active in the pre-market. Pulse resumes. You see is right here. This is the race. The biggest gainers from the open is right here. And you'll hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. This is what it looks like. There's that beautiful BMEA on a breakdown, 29.85. Oh man, it got down to 25. Okay. You'll hear me talk about the option plays. It's right here. So here again, you can take a look at these. So if you save my link, my homepage link, of course, you'll have access to my scans at any time you want, the education section. And it would be appreciated that if you do decide to take out a subscription, use my link, my promo code. And yes, I do get a little credit for it. The room gets credit. That's why the room is free. We have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at, some of these channels. Something might catch your eye. Hmm. So now FGen was showed up on the option plays on the way up, okay? Even though this was down for the day, but now it's showing up as a short. Hmm. Okay, Wealth, when you say, okay, you do not know what to do in it. Okay. So, I'm showing you, first of all, what sort of trading experience do you hold? The one thing I forgot to mention on the homepage, my homepage is right here. It's Trading 101. I mean, I don't know what experience as a trader you have, but this Trading 101 is a course that Michael Noss, a Trade Ideas, put together. So, I mean, if you have no experience trading, remember, Trade Ideas is a program It generates ideas, but just because you get an idea doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You have to have some trading experience. And one of the things we do have is a simulator. You can practice trading. All you need is our standard service. Oh, that sound really, really took off. SOUN. Now, in general, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and approximately 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. And I say I do take that break between 12 and 1, but one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And we're a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We really good at real-time alerts. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. Now, let me just show you something. So all the scans that I am sharing, so for instance, this scan right here, the momentum up, okay? If you right click and click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell you, and that's it's a basic idea of any scan that we've created, be it a top list window or an alert window. If you want to see what it's looking for, that's all you have to do. You just right click on it, configure summary, and that'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day, 300,000 shares. This is the momentum aspect of it. So if the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So there are a lot of screeners out there. We like to differentiate ourselves. This is the screening aspect. There's a lot of screeners out there, but what we're really good at is combining the screening aspect with a real-time alert. Now, I'm using new high here, but if you wanted to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I click on search, you're going to see here are all these icons here. These are all the real-time alert icons or alerts that we have. Okay, and we have a lot of them. Now, one of the things is, don't get overwhelmed. Anybody listening to this as a new subscriber, don't get overwhelmed by how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. And if I scroll down, you're going to see when you get to these icons, these are the filters. The reason we have so many is because when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So we had to create enough real-time alerts and all these different filters with the thousands of customers and all the different trading styles. We felt that this would give most of our customers, the majority of our customers, a way in which they could create their own scans if they want to. Now, since the company started, I mean, we are now sharing so many scans to the point that, if you really didn't even want to create your own scan from scratch, you could probably find something as a bit of a template and you can make adjustments. So for instance, my scan here, this momentum scan, again, I'll right click on it, click on the configure, and the summary. Now, you might look at this and go, well, I don't mind this, but I hate the price range. No problem. You just click on that icon and you can change the price. Want to make it 10 and 100? Click on the summary now and you see how it's now changed to 10 and 100. Now, I'm not trying to, this is not a course on how to use trade ideas. I'm just trying to give a brief overview. All this is in the guide, but you can ask questions all day long. And of course, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over and you can ask questions there also. So, bottom line is, more than likely we have something for you already that has been created as a template, and then all you have to do is customize it a bit. Now if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you don't have to do anything, of course. Okay, CCL, will you take out that low? You're right at that low now, right at it, 1422. I've covered some, but I've got some left just in case it does take out that 1422. And if it does, it might challenge number 114 and then that 1370 area. And again, guys, another insight to the way I trade. I was waiting for on Mara for a 1310 break, which was the high of Friday. What did it get to? You got to 1305. So again, I do not try to anticipate that it's going to happen. I don't take the trade ahead of time thinking, you know what? It's probably going to happen. So why not take the trade? And that saves me a lot of grief. Because you can see the highest it got today was 1305 and the high Friday was 1310. And that is from Mara. Now later on, it might happen, but I have a price alert, and unless it triggers, I don't take the trade. Or I'm not interested in looking at it again. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, even if I get the price alert. But I certainly will not take the trade unless it hits that price. Meanwhile, oh, look at this. CCL actually just showed up on the option scanner now. Now, when I say the option scanner, it might be confusing to some. We don't scan for options, okay? What this scan does, and when you load it, it'll look more like this, okay, with the repeating version. So every time FGen was making a new low, it would appear. But what it's doing, it's just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, that's what it's doing. So we're not scanning for options as such, but if you're an option player and you want to find those stocks that are having abnormal option activity, then I'll just show you what the filters we use. In the search, I'll type in options. Look at CCL. Oh, brother. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. Now this one. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And option volume today, again, the combination of puts and calls. Put volume, call volume. This is the key one. Option volume today percent. Okay. So this is used in combination with this option volume. So how does that work? Well, let's just say a stock on average over the last 10 days has traded 2,000 contracts. And if you use this filter, option volume today filter, I add the filter and I put in 300. Okay. So 300% ratio of 3. So for me to see, in order to see that stock that has traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, today it will have to be trading 6,000 contracts 3 times. Okay, so it's trying to zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity. I have other filters in place, of course, price ranges and this and that, but that's what this is all about. And some who trade options say that, well, that helps them because at least it can zero, at least it identifies probably stocks in which you might want to, play the options in or trade the options in. So you can look at, Carnival, CCL has traded 194,000 contracts today. That's 3 times normal. Now, when we get back into earnings season in about, I don't know, a month or so, 3 weeks to a month, This window will start to get a lot more full. The reason being is that typically when a stock has earnings, that's when their options, that's when they start really trading abnormally in options. All right, guys, we're caught up now. Is it possible to scan for alerts in just one symbol? Yes, it is. I mean, if that's what you truly want to do. It's called, you create what we call a symbol list. Okay, one. So for instance, I have a watch list here. Okay. And so if I right click, whoops, I right click and configure, and I go to symbol, and I'm just trying to show you. Well, what you have to do is your symbol list then will just be the spy. Well, not to look for an RBI, okay? Not to look for an RBI. RBI is only available here, and I don't think you can attach a symbol list to it. Yeah, I haven't used this one for so long, but I don't think you can attach a, yeah, you cannot attach a symbol list to it. But you can, everything else, any other scan you create or a top list or whatever, you can attach, but yeah, in this one, you cannot attach a symbol list to this particular scan. Okay. But any other scan, any top list or alert window you create, you just have to create your symbol list, or it's probably even easier. Well, unless they added it, what is it called? It's not called RBI. I mean, there might be something that's similar, but what are you thinking it's called? Because it's not called RBI. Because I'm just doing a search on RBI, which would tell, but I sort of knew it wasn't going to be there. But what are you thinking it is when you say in the alert scan there is RBI? Am I in CCL? Yes, John, in the YouTube room. Yes, shorted at 1472, covered some at 1430, and now I'm waiting to see. Now it's taken out the low of the day, and now I'm waiting to see if it can take out 14 and maybe challenge that 13, whatever it was, 1370, 1384, which is the next low. So one, It might be confusing. If you're thinking this is an alert window, I mean, it is the premium RBI and GBI, but you cannot attach a symbol list to, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, well, if that's what you're calling. Okay, well, I mean, that's not classically what the RBI is, but okay. Um, so what are you saying? When you created a symbol list and you attached it to an alert window, then that was your trigger, and you only had the spy in there? Okay. I don't know. I mean, honestly, this is sort of pattern recognition, and now it's possible, like a lot of our alerts like this, other than the new high and the new low and the new 5 minute high and all that, some of them require some. Let me just see what it says. Volume confirmation of some sort. Let me just see what it says. I'm just looking to see if there's a volume confirmation that is required. That can kind of. So these alerts are graded on how closely the stock chart matches the ideal shape. 0% would mean there was no match at all. 100% would be ideal, which would be an extreme case. So I don't know. I've never used this one before. So are you using, oops, if you add the alert, just for fun, and then what percent are you using? I mean, that could be it, because as I say, 0%, you'll get a million, 100%, you'll probably get none. And when you're only looking at the SPY, I have no idea what you're going to get. All right, let me try one, okay? Look at CCL, guys. Really? Well, let me do a 5 minute high just for fun. Time is it right now? 11:05, so I have some time. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I forgot to add. Okay, never mind. I forgot to apply it. You get rid of all this stuff. Now, let me add just I'm just gonna add a bunch of, all I'm doing is I'm just trying to add a bunch of, okay, let me just put it off, okay? So I've got nothing in here other than these real-time alerts, okay? Just to see if anything triggers. And the spy, make sure this or symbol this, single symbol, the spy, okay. Okay, CCL 14. All right, well, Shady has made one for you, okay. What did you use as your alerts, Shady? But are you getting any, what he's saying is he created it, but is he, are you getting anything from it? All right, well, there you go, okay. And that picked it out at 9:45, okay? That was the last time, I guess that happened at 9:45. It's 11:10 now. If one, so you can use this one that Shady has. I mean, there was an alert there. Thank you, Shady. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, just click on it and load it, and you'll see what I didn't check to see what percentage it used. You used nothing. Yeah, well, the perception for CCL in terms of earnings is bad. I mean, initially it was good. It popped up to 1652. I mean, it looked good, the pre-market, but boy, once the market opened, market said, nope, you guys still aren't making any money. Yeah, maybe your losses weren't quite as big as they were last time, and your revenues are a little bit up, but you're still losing money. Well, the super group is not too super right now, guys. The super group, excuse me, is showing up. Is this shortable? Ooh, not very many shorts. Available interactive brokers. The next low looking left, it's a little bit close. It's 287. This is the second one that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Of course, the first one was this incredible one, the BMEA. But the next low looking left, it would have to take that out. Really, it has to get down to about 286, maybe even around 284. Oh, there's no question. Yeah, I mean the cruisers have had a tremendous run. But maybe the market was expecting, maybe a smaller loss, even though yes, it was smaller than in theory expected. Maybe they were expecting an even smaller loss. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay, with all of them, NCLH, CCL, and RCL. Now, RCL, yeah, I mean, RCL is getting beaten up a little bit, but not nowhere near as much. It's not an earnings play, but a bit of a sympathy play. All right, guys, give me a moment. What time is it right now? 11:15. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Give me All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at AI. Remember at the beginning of the day, it looked like it was going to have a nice recovery, but look at it now. I mean, this got up to what, 35 something or other. So it's dropped $3. Boy, this is below the low of Friday now. So that was short-lived. That was really short-lived. That little pop for AI this morning, 35.50. Now it's dropped $3 below the low of Friday. And the next low looking left is 30, approximately 30.17 maybe, 30.50. Oh, yes. Shangfeng Development Limited. This one. So Bitcoin is little weaker right now, but Mara is just getting hit. MARA just getting really hit here now, guys, down to 12, from 13 down to 12. All right, guys, VICR from, oh, wait a minute, FGen making new lows here now. There was an area I wanted it to hit it to take out. I can't remember what it was. Oh, this is an all-time low. Ah, man, this is an all-time low for FGen. A lot of shares available, also 1.4 million at Interactive Brokers for FGen on the short side. So a lot of shorts available. This is an all-time low now. And this, all I've got in my notes is negative data. Negative data. All right, guys. Yeah, so it'll be Chris. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes, guys. Just he just notified me. Wish I'd seen this Viker from the from RAI a little earlier. VICR. The alert was at 8:58:13. So this was a shorting a top. You are right. Tesla now at a low of the day. Boy, the how much just feel like taking a few shares of this TSLS and just seeing what might happen with all those downgrades now for Tesla from some pretty major players. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Guys, can somebody confirm for me? Somebody is saying that next Monday is a half day holiday. I know Tuesday is your July the 4th, 4th of July. So that's obviously a holiday. Is it also a half day on Monday? Can that be? I may be reading something wrong. Well, Chris was saying, he does the Monday deal, so he'll be in YouTube in about half an hour. But he was saying next week is a half day, so no need for a support session. News to me. Well, the half day I know is around your Thanksgiving. There you go. Pepe knows. Wow, I did not know that. Is that the case every? I don't remember last year half a day. Of course, last year the holiday was on Monday, so heck, I might just take Monday off. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, so I'm really just waiting on the CCL right now and seeing if it can take out that 1380, 1384. If it takes out 1384, that's both on the daily and the weekly. Then the next low is 1208 or 1285 on the daily. So that's still another dollar to go. And you have docks inside other docks, or is it only a top level dock allowed? Well, I doubt you can have, well, let me see. Give me a moment. Well, okay, I guess you can. I never tried it, but here is a dock I call 20-day range. And if I right click on it and it says duplicate, I can pick another dock, I suppose, to duplicate it into. Okay. So I guess the answer is yes. Okay. I mean, my idea of a dock though is to have these on its own, but I suppose, I've never even thought about doing something like that. But again, so if you've got a dock window, right click and you can duplicate it in any other dock windows you have open. Okay. Does that answer your question? I see. I see. You are probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. It's only on the window that I have originated this on. So yeah, okay. You can take something, yeah, so you can take an individual scan from a dock window and dock it into another dock window, but, yeah, to me, it just sort of defeats the purpose. The whole idea of having your own, dock window on its own is to group things that are somewhat similar in a dock window. So to be able to do that, put it all into a big dock, I don't know, it would seem to me to defeat the purpose. All right, guys. Again, I know broken record. I'm just waiting on CCL to see if it can take out that low of 1380 something. And that's all I'm in right now. But Rory, I would say this, if you've got that many that it's an issue, you probably have too many. Okay. That would be my opinion. I mean, if I want to, I mean, here's a dock. If I want to move it to another monitor, it's pretty simple. But if you're talking, you got like, I don't know, how many dock windows do you have? You've got 10, that's probably too many. Probably too many. In fact, it might even drag your system down a bit. Well, four, okay, so four, I mean, is it that big a deal to go one, two, and then three and four? I mean, I hear you, but because then the other thing is if I could put this dock in here, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, because I want this on its own. I want this on its own. They were grouping on purpose. So if you only have four, to me, it's just not. Yeah, you have to do them one at a time. But I mean, is it that big a deal? Not trying to downplay what you're asking, but and how often you have to do that? Maybe I'm just sort of fixed on where I've got everything, and rarely does it move. I have three monitors. Rarely do I move anything from one monitor to another. I personally don't have any reason to do that. Not saying you six monitors. Another one, option plays. Now, CRMD. Okay, so this one is showing up on the option scan as a potential short. My problem, as always, looking left, and I think I see too much resistance or too much support down here. So I don't have the feeling that it's going to do anything much. So I'm not going to take that short. ENFN. ENFN. Well, interesting. Fairly low float, 30 million in the float. Getting close to the 200-day moving average, 1056. There's that blue line right up here. That's the 200-day moving average. Let's see, you got halted at 1022. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one before. Oh, FGen actually reversed here, guys. I was actually thinking of shorting this one, FGen, but it reversed. Interesting. All right, ENFN just opened. What happened? Not a big pop. Not a big pop. I'm sorry. A huge pop. It was, I thought that was 10. I thought it got halted at 11:22, but no, 10:22, and it popped up to 11:44. It's pulling back somewhat, probably incredibly risky. 30 million in the float. Popped through the 200-day moving average. That was a big, big pop. There was no clue when I was looking at the time and sales, there was no clue that that was going to happen. It was more like it said 10:22, 10:32. Yeah, I'm backing off the CRMD, guys. I know what's in the option scanner. I'm just backing off it. Unless I see some specific news. Okay, here's ORIC, ORIC. So it's right at the VWAP, right at the VWAP, 756, right in that area. So again, the question always is, what is it going to do there? Is it going to, is that VWAP going to hold it? Maybe it bounces off it up, or because it was approaching it from the bottom here, is that going to stop it and have it move down? And there are shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, 52,000. So just kind of watching it right now. Now the volume is really well, okay. It's sort of skewed because of the huge volume pop it had after hours on Friday, I guess. All right, let's take a look at this ENFN a little more closely. So what did it get up to? It got up to 14 something. It's not, well, there are shorts available. I'm surprised. 89,000 at Interactive Brokers. I mean, if it took out the 200-day moving average on the way down, that might give us a short opportunity. Um, the high today was 1142. On the weekly, the next high is actually 12. So for a stock like this, I would like to see it way higher when I look left, because this is going to be so whippy. Takeover interest, is that what it is? Infusion's management has been approached, and so it's a real, yeah, this is going to say no data to display, but the headline, you're right. Report suggesting some takeover interest. Wrong with IB. This is the only thing I've seen with IB over the last few months is this sometimes just not able to display their news data. All right, guys, 11:48. So in about 12 minutes, probably less. Chris usually shows up a little bit before noon. I'll take my break. I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris when he shows up. I'll let you know when he does show up. VCIG, what's this one doing today? This was very active last week, of course. VCIG, okay, interesting, maybe. The high looking left next or last week was 1132. So it's at $7 now. It got thumped down after that day, trying to recover somewhat. Another one though at the VWAP 699. There's the VWAP 697, the price right now. Yeah, CCL, you might be right. Things to do in Hawaii. This is from our YouTube room. CCL may be over. Well, I was sort of interested in this FNGR from the option scanner, but again, looking left, just too much going on. I want to see a lot more room to the next high, either on the daily or the weekly chart. I'm just not seeing that, so I just back off. What happened here? ANTX from the 10-day daily breakout. Another one just choppy. Wow. Choppy action, guys. Well, but this is why the program is called Trade Ideas. This is not called Trade. Well, no, I don't want to be flip, but I mean, it's an idea generator. After that, you have to have some idea about how you want to trade it. And more than likely, with most of the alerts I get, most of them, I do want to see them, but most of them I'm not taking. There's something a little bit wrong with them. Normally, it's going to be looking left on a weekly or daily chart and just seeing some resistance, in my opinion, too close. PGY running. I don't see PGY anywhere on my scans, but let's take a look at PGY from Ori. Yeah, PGY running, probably because it's not quite up enough for some of my scans, but certainly the relative volume for some scans. But I have 6 up here, so that's why it wouldn't be showing up. Pagaya. Let's see, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 161. It's got a little bit of room. Doesn't actually does trade options. Any news on this one, PGY? Nope, don't see any specific news for PGY. Has earnings in August, so that's not an issue. The time and sales is not active for PGY. What broker do you have? You have it's right here. There it is for PGY. You just can't see the symbol, but there it is. Now, when you say active, you mean, oh, you have TradeStation. Okay. Okay, guys, so here's Weave. We've got up to 10:30 or so, 10:34 or so. Right at the VWAP now. 989 is the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it and allow it to continue higher? Or is this it for a while? Now, you know me, this is just underneath this whole number of 10, pretty psychological number. And if it wants to fall, the low of the day is 929. Wow, look at IONQ. IONQ. Kind of is this shortable? Yeah, 854,000 shorts available at Interactive Brokers for WEAV. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Chris will be here any moment now, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. On a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. There he is. Thank you, Christopher. PT, and let me just mute myself. Okay, guys, so Chris is there. I'm going to mute myself in the rooms, other than YouTube room, of course.
Can you hear me, Mr. Barry?
I can hear you, Mr. Christopher. Yes, I can.
All right, my speakers are going wherever they feel like it right now, not where they're supposed
Oh,
to. Perfect.
you can hear now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
They're just not where I want them to be. So I don't know if there's
I hear
feedback.
sort of a hiss in the background.
That's the torrential downpour behind me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, we haven't seen rain in weeks, and well, it's time to start building an ark. It looks like.
Okay. So how was your special day, Chris?
It was a lovely, lovely birthday.
Excellent. I didn't want to say birthday, but okay. When was it? Yesterday or
yeah,
today? Or
yes,
it
was
yesterday?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I took in a Yankees game, and then I took
cool.
some people over to walk the Brooklyn Bridge and some roller skating because I'm old like that.
For roller skating, I don't think I've ever roller skated in my life. Interesting. Roller skating at outdoors or at a roller skating park?
Yeah,
Or...
it's an outdoor place right under the Brooklyn Bridge, basically.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, good times, good times.
Yeah, with Alana.
Yeah, yep. Alana and a couple of other people joined us, so we had a nice time. It was like I was 14 again. Pizza and ice cream and all that.
And hot dogs.
Exactly.
All right, my friend, I'll let you take over.
Alrighty, sounds good. And
You can go to
I'll
one,
see you
or
in about an hour.
do you have an important meeting at? Do you want to prepare for? Or
No important meetings.
No. Okay, I didn't think so. I always like to ask, though. Okay, Chris, I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you in about an hour. Take care. Alrighty, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break, and here I am. Let me just get myself resituated here. Hopefully everybody's hearing me well. A big happy Monday to you all. First Monday of summer. Interesting market day as per usual. I believe there's a lot of market event type stuff going on this week with Fed speakers and econ data and stuff like that. So we'll see how that all plays out into the week we are starting. As usual, this is a open format, so I don't have any pre-done content. here to answer your folks' questions on Trade Idea software. Of course, you have questions about a chart or something like that. Happy to make my best attempt at answering those as well. Outside of that, I'll do my best to keep you informed and entertained the best I can. So, floor is open for anybody with any questions at all. Please fire those away here for me, and we'll get right to it. As far as the market goes, we'll just dive, I guess, around the horn till anybody starts chiming in with anything that they have and burning questions. Take a look at the around the overall market here. SPY chart, we'll start there. We've got a really big train has left the station look and slight pullback into the next station possibly. If I understand correctly through the Twitter sphere, there's a group of people out there that still believe this is a bear market and just a bull rally in a bear market. I mean, if the market collapses, obviously, I guess they'll be right. I don't really want to, I'm not going to argue with anybody. And it looks very bullish overall to me here so far. Very constructive move, pretty constructive pullback. It looks like that's going on in the overall market. The SPY, the Qs. I believe I saw a stat. I don't know whether it was true or not. That this is the best 6-month start for the NASDAQ ever. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, you got to look at, here's where we started the year. We touched there. We're currently here. I mean, that's a pretty sizable move for a bear market, I have to say, for whatever that's worth, of course. So the Qs are looking fairly mighty. And I know there's a crowd out there who'll say, yeah, but it's a bubble. And I'll say, and so what? Are you upset because you missed the bubble? Were you on the wrong side of the bubble? Bubbles are great. I think bubbles are great anyways. Just have a plan, have a trading plan, have a risk plan in place. The diamonds had been one of the more steady hands when the rest of the market was kind of stumbling. They just really haven't done anything. They're not, there's not a lot to comment on here, right? There's your all-time highs back there. There's the October lows, right? We're just kind of in this range for a long time with the diamonds here, just kind of scooting around for many, many months at this point. I don't know what else to say about that. Obviously, you can see I have some marks on this chart from way back when. And we can see that this line is still very much in play from the first time it pierced it to it tested, went back below it, above it. So this line seems to be a magnet for price action. I wouldn't be surprised if it tested it again. Did that. I wouldn't be surprised if it did this. And really, not much surprises me these days anyways. And last but not least, to finish out the market here, the IWM, your small caps. They lag. They've continued to lag. Obviously haven't taken out the fall lows, right? That's there. But, don't look great as well either. They've been under pressure again. Here's a line that I marked starting a very, very long time ago. And they've remained under pressure from that line that, every time they challenge it in the last year plus now, you just can't do it. So obviously in a full market rally, you want to see the small caps participating, or at least not lagging to this degree. But it is what it is. It's always the market we have. Rarely is the market that we want, I believe. It's the saying, something like that, right? So anyways, that is that. Did I see APEI this morning? No, I did not see APEI this morning. If it came through any of my races, it never won one that I can see. APEI. No, never saw it. No, I would never see it because it's only got 178,000 shares traded on it. So I need many, many more shares traded than that to have seen this. So, but yep, there it is. It's up 9.5%, good for 43 cents at the moment. So there it is. There you have the sports chance. I heard we are for sure in a bull by definition percents in November. I think they said. Yeah, I don't know what I forget whatever the terms are. The only one I remember because it was pounded down my throat when we went into the last bear market was that 20% off all-time highs is a bear market. I really don't know what constitutes a new bull market. For me, it's more stocks going up than going down, and we've had more stocks going up than going down for a year now, basically, or maybe not quite a year, 10 months, 9.5, 10 months, something like that, I think. So, again, I don't really, bull market, bear market, it really doesn't matter a lot to me. That's a bigger macro picture versus what I'm doing here, what I'm showcasing here, and my trading plans and strategies overall. On longer term stuff, obviously, sure, bull market, bear market matters a bit more, but you're buying the strongest stocks that are available out there, at least in my opinion, and I have a risk plan with them. That's all that matters at the end of the day for me. Let's see. Things that I was / kind of am looking at right now as the day goes on. Just before we go, just because the two better indicators of what's happening, just real fast on the SPY here. We've got a 5-minute chart, so we can see a bit of a downtrend the last several days after popping up over 440 on the SPY. Just a lot of chop and slop. This is the time when people start to get frustrated because you have people that feel like, oh, well, now I got to get in because the market's moving, and all of a sudden the market moves counter to them, but it isn't really moving down that much that it's going to stop them out. And at the same time, it's not moving up and they're getting chopped to pieces again. So I'm sure, frustrating for several individuals. Obviously, we want to see a scenario where 1 + 1 is 2 + 1 is 3 plus, 1 is 4 + 1 is 5, but that's never what the market gives us. Same kind of story, excuse me, here in the Qs. And, I think that affects a lot of what we've seen intraday here, which is where I'm about to jump into. Pardon me while I just shift something on my screens. So yeah, looking, some things that came through the races early for me, SLRN, came through early, huge move and a pullback. Has been fairly spready at times. It's not bad right now, but also the volume is really dried up in it at the moment. I got a price alert there. Maybe I'm going to stick that price alert close to the VWAP again, somewhere in the vicinity of it. You never know when these things decide to make a late day run, right? AFRM, I don't know. Is that a triple bottom? Why not? I mean, quite a move off there. This is obviously a level that seems to be of interest around that $15 level. So anyways, I got my eye on that one there. What else was coming through? I was looking at SoFi. I think this, a little more market related at the moment. If we were to overlay this with the overall market, this run that it had recently here into the pullback looks very similar to what we just saw in SPY and the NASDAQ. It is a NASDAQ listed stock, as we can see right there. Anyways, got my eye on it. Rising tide lifts all boats and those things like that. So if I trade something and, I'm getting help from the overall market, why would I look that gift horse in the mouth? ONCY was very active the last week and over the last couple of months, really, to be honest. Another fairly active day for it today. I had a price alert set here, wondering maybe if it rolls over 3 with some volume, does it take a shot up to this level? Obviously, it didn't. Price alert set. I'm not holding my breath on that one. MEDS, this was one, really active the last couple of months here. I see a lot of these big topping shadows, going back to the beginning of the year. Last week, obviously, some huge moves, 3 different days last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then we have the big gap up again today here. Been, a bit all over the place. Really, really tough trader. Spread open is opening up anywhere in between, I'll say 10 and 30 or 40 cents. So really tough trader. Going to keep the price alert set there. RUN, solar stocks. Solars were looking good just throughout the tan. Oh, well, I won't say looking good. Solars, the tan, where is that? Really kind of giving it up during the day here today. But, big move early on in the tan. This is your solar ETF. the solar ETF does not look good overall. It's really not it's one of the few sectors that have not participated in the rally. But then we ask ourselves, look, lifeblood of a healthy bull market is sector rotation. What is the sectors that have been strong that will start to pull back or run sideways? What are the sectors that will pick up the baton? If there is to be a sector to pick up the baton, could it be the TAN? Sure, why not? It's as likely as any other. I will say, though, giving up this area in here, it is a candidate for a bit of a breakdown, back down to 60 and below. Anyways, active in the day, RUN related to that. RUN runs very similar to the TAN, came through some scans, made a really huge move early on, still up 3.4%, give or take, on the day right now. So, gonna keep my eye on it, see if it makes a move back over 18. SOUN, this thing has been a bit of a beast here in the month of June. Almost doubling here, give or take, in the month of June. It's a pretty sizable move, all things considered, on, at the time, $2.50 stock. We'll see what happens. I like when we see this, when this position or period low starts to get those kind of steps like this, and it never jumps too far off that. That's the kind of stuff I like on my swing trading. Very healthy looking chart overall here. It's part of the AI space, bubble, not bubble. Again, I don't really argue those things. I'll leave that for the experts on TV to argue, because they always get it right. Sarcasm. Sorry, I missed this. S&P 500 is now what Wall Street refers to as bull market, meaning the indexes. Yeah. I get that. That's the technical definition for it. You still have a camp out there that believe we're in a bear market, and even when we touch all-time highs, which I think is likely to do this summer, you'll still have a group of people that swear we are in a bear market and that the collapse in the underworld is coming. But those people are always existing. They're the same people that the sky is falling, and after 30 years of getting it wrong, when they're right that one time, like, see, I told you. It just is what it is. Mike C, what's happening? SFWL. Yeah, I saw that earlier on the day here. Made a bit of a move, right? Yeah, they're won some races for me here. Very whippy trader. China stock. Spready at times, 21 cents right now on that. All right. So you've booked it for the day, and you're in. You're in for the day. What else? SNAP was coming through some races here. I don't know what to make of this chart. I mean, since it got destroyed coming through last year and into the beginning of this year, just sideways. I don't know much about the company. I get what it is, but I've never used Snap. I don't really know anything. I know it's one of those stocks that I think whenever the U.S. government talks about hating TikTok or something like that, that Snap usually gets a pop. So I don't know if that was something that happened in the last day or two. Anyways, here it is. 14 million shares traded on it. It's up 4.2% right now. So there you have it. VCIG, another one, was coming through some races today. Really active last week plus. Got this ascending triangle here. See how that resolves. Does it break down? Does it break out? I mean, it can technically run sideways forever, right? All that is possible. Kind of kicking myself for missing this one. I had a price alert set down here. This rising volume came in right before it really took off. No excuse. I missed it. I was scared, didn't pull the trigger. It is what it is. I got a price alert. Well, reset that price alert as a matter of fact right now. Back above 7. That's where the VWAP is. I'll set that price alert and see what happens through the rest of the day here. If it could take out, we get up towards high of the day and take that out, you're talking about a possible big run there. But even if it gets above the VWAP and maybe can take out this 720, 725 area again, maybe it even takes an assault on the high of the day. Just my thought process. Will it do it? I have no idea. Set the price alert and we'll see what the price and volume say at that time. Palantir. Watching this one. I had taken a fairly sizable position long-term in this. When it made this move up over 15, I closed out a number of those shares, looking to maybe put those shares back to work again. In this pullback here, we'll see what happens. But it's part of this, I think it's an AI stock. It's kind of classified as one. So AI bubble and all that. And, just this gap, that gap. And I just like the way that this was setting up in the chart, gapping over 10 like that with so much volume and strength. Again, pull back. I'm going to let some things catch up here and see what happens. Should take off again without me adding back into it. So be it. IONQ. Bought some shares of that today. Kind of sitting flat on it right now, slightly up. So just kind of sitting on it. Again, another one of these ones that I like. Why do you like it, Chris? Well, this is why I like it. You got this move up here like that, and then kind of catches up and really kind of sitting above this area here. I feel like there's not a lot of risk taking a shot at this level here, or taking a shot at it right now with this kind of level around where I would put a stick stop, which is where I have stuck a stop. Would take a shot at that here and then beyond. So we'll see what happens. That's where we are at. That's kind of a real look at my day today. Just scroll out a little bit longer term view. Climbing up this mountain here into the 13 and 15 and then 18 range. None of it's out of the realm of possibility. Is it going to do it? I have no idea. But those are what I'm looking at as possible rewards, where I'm looking at down here and the 9-ish range is possible risk. It's, kind of setting up a 3-to-1 risk reward scenario. Those are the types of scenarios that I like to look for, that I think are the ones to bear the most fruit and benefit. Still giving me the silent treatment over here. So again, folks, not meant for me to just kind of ramble on. Obviously, I will. You folks have questions, please fire those away for me. That's what I'm really here for, is to answer questions on the platform. For those of you that are subscribers, trying to help you get the most out of the platform. For those of you that are thinking about kicking the tires and becoming subscribers, what the software can do, what you're looking for it to do, any combination thereof. Those are the kind of things that we're here for to assist with on these live support sessions. So with that said, just going to bump some price alerts around, reset a thing or two. And one more to go. SOUN, let's reset you and see what happens here. NVDS. Interesting. NVIDIA. I'll be honest, I don't understand single stock ETFs. I guess I get it, because you want to leverage, so it's a 1.5 times, obviously, of NVIDIA. I mean, if you're bearish NVIDIA, go for it. That's all I could say, NVDA, that's NVIDIA, right? Yeah. So obviously getting drubbed today, probably having a fairly large negative effect on the overall market. And of course, the NASDAQ is where it's listed. I mean, just, the run on this has been beyond insane. I mean, absolutely beyond insane. I don't know, day trading vehicle, you see room to the downside more. That's, I suppose, as good of a way as play it as any if you're looking for a little more bang for your buck in the leverage of it. AI stocks are not something I'm going to bet against, quite personally. Not right now. Human nature, we love to repeat things. We love bubbles, whether people realize that or not. Your zooms. Let's go to a weekly chart to illustrate what I want to illustrate here. Right? We love our bubbles, right? I mean, look at it, what a bubble. And imagine we got a quarter of this bubble, right? Just a quarter. Heck, a sixth of the bubble, an eighth of the bubble, right? Here's another one. these are all kind of related. This was a stay-at-home bubble, is what this kind of really was. Who am I missing? This is part of the stay-at-home bubble, mRNA. I don't know, there's got to be so many other stocks that I'm missing right now that were part of this whole shenanigans that this all happened and didn't come back. My point being is this, though. If we are in an AI bubble, I'd like to be, positioned more to the long side, finding what I consider to be good risk reward scenarios that if I'm wrong, all right, it gets stopped out. It gets stopped out of lots of trades. That's how it works in life, right? But my, risk plan was in place there. And if I'm right, I'm to benefit to the upside much heavier than I participated on the downside, right? So, I'm looking, AI and all this hype and talk about it. I don't have, one of the indicators I think that people that have been doing this for a little bit, have is that, when you start getting, high school friends asking you about, should I be buying AI stocks, or, your 65-year-old aunt who's retired and looking to put some money to work or something like, these kinds of scenarios that we hear about, there were signs it was the top kind of, there were signs it was the top, all that. So that's, I'm not seeing that yet, at least not personally. So, these are the things I'm looking at and thinking about and considering, and where it's at. Chris, which scanner configuration is the best for catching these jumps as early candidates? The question, the best, is subjective for just about every subject, and it's no different here with trading. It's like asking, what's the best kind of pizza? You tell someone Hawaiian pizza, you're liable to get shot. You tell someone cheese pizza, and they'll tell you you're the most boring person on earth, right? I like this scan that I have here for my day trading. I can share that out with you if you want. Just give me a moment to pile through my cloud to find it, to find a link for it. That's, as far as the day trading stuff goes. I've shared the scan with several people, and by several, I mean probably hundreds of people at this time. I'd say it's a 50-50 split. Some people tell me they can't stand it. They lose money on the scan and literally told me I'm an idiot. And other people have done very well with it and they love it. Which one's right? Am I an idiot, or the people that loved it and tell me how great I am? Who's right out of the, let's say, 150 people that I've shared it with? So again, it's an opinion. There's no right answer on it. I think the right answer, or to get the right answer, is, do you have a trading plan? Do you have a thesis that says, all right, this scan is pointing me to stocks. I like these 5 stocks. Here's my if-then scenario to get in and get out on the ups and downsides of it. If you don't have those things, scanning means absolutely nothing. It's completely irrelevant. You're just gambling anyways. So let me get you some cloud links to that, and we can dive into if you have more. And Iris, this is, I've probably, over the last 2 years now, I probably shared this scan about 500 times, probably scared that over the last 2 years. You figure, well, maybe closer to 300 times, to be honest. So it's the one that I've shared over and over again, Iris, but here comes the cloud link again. Just looking for it really quick in my cloud, so I have to create another new one. Straight from the open. No, that's not it. Sorry, just looking for the scan here, folks. Would I go long AI? I haven't looked at the chart. It hasn't caught my eye, so no, I wouldn't go long it. If it's a stock that isn't catching any of my scans, then I'm not looking at it, to be honest. The only things I look at that don't catch my scans regularly are sectors and the overall market. Sorry, I'm trying to find that scan, delta total. No, that's not it. Gee, man. 12 ascending. Sorry, apparently, maybe I erased this one because I can't seem to find it in my cloud. All right. So here you go, folks. Throw that cloud link in here. So there's that for you. This is something similar. Let me share this one as well. Similar but different. Set up right and then configure advanced. All right, this one, the other one uses Bollinger Bands. This one doesn't use Bollinger Bands. So here's that. There you go. So those are those two main scans there. Get rid of that, get rid of that. So yeah, great, Scott. You know, those are those two scans that are there. I can share my layout. The problem with sharing my layout is that, you know, it's set up for me and there's some custom stuff that's in there that won't translate if I share the entire layout. So those are the bulk of what I'm doing for day trading right there. I shouldn't say the bulk. That's it for day trading for me right there. Those two scans. That's all I use for my day trading. Or I could give you this one too. 10-day daily breakout. Erase. Let me see. Load from cloud. 10-day. Here's a 10-day daily breakout race. This is just basically a copy of what Barry did with an alert window, except it's not an alert window. It's a race now. So there's two main ones there. So that looks good. All set to go. All right, and anybody with any other questions, fire those away for me here. Take a look down the top winners here. So, whoa, guessing some kind of news. And let's see, software, blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't be surprised if it was somehow AI related when you see software and stuff like that. VCIG, I wasn't paying attention while I was doing this. Hefty move, hefty move. Hefty, hefty move there. All right, I'm just going to watch that for a little bit here. No, there it goes. Bang. Too difficult right now. Try and jump that while I'm doing this with you folks. Sorry. What else? All right, SOUN. We talked about this earlier. Trying to get back above the VWAP there. SLG. I don't think I looked at this one today. Nope. There's SLG. Let's get rid of this weekly chart here. Bring up the daily chart here. So obviously it's in a big downtrend. But having itself a day right now. Good for 18% on that move. Rejected around that 28 level, high of the day. A little bit over 28, a little more than I realized. There's that. ILPT, that's winning a race now. Won the last race. This thing just grinding along today. Been in a pretty solid uptrend here since around the middle of the month, give or take. SFWL, we talked about that already. Very, very whippy. A lot of big topping shadows, bottoming shadow here. China stock all over the place. SLRN. Another one here. We talked about that already. ECIG. A lot of volume had come into that. Let's see what happens here the next little bit. MEDS, we talked about that. IO and Q, we talked about that. And PRTS, we did not talk about this. Presto Automation. More information. Interesting. Generative voice AI product solution. So, all right, just a benefit of the benefiting the AI scene, I guess. So, this is the kind of stuff when we talk about bubble, all of a sudden, you get some random nonsense stock that sticks AI in there and does this, and something with restaurants, right? Yeah. Creates magical productivity technologies for restaurants. I mean, come on. That's the kind of stuff that I can see upsetting people with bubbles. But listen, if the thing gets in a trend and intraday, it looks like it's got the right setup, you take the proper risk reward management on it and a position on it, and so be it. If not, what does it matter? Not everything's for everyone. I missed it. Can you summarize what those scans are that you linked? Yeah, they're both looking at stocks that are strong relative to the open. This one here is looking at stocks. Let's go into configure advanced. So, this one here, it's looking at stocks between $2 and $30. It's got to be 85% above the lower Bollinger Band in the last 5 minutes. Traded at least 400,000 shares on the day. There's just a volume filter in here just because I don't want to see stocks that, they trade 30,000 shares and they don't trade for 20 minutes and they trade another 5,000 shares and they don't trade for 20 minutes and they trade another 1,000 shares and they don't trade for an hour and they trade another 4,000 shares and they don't trade for an hour. So this just keeps, stocks that are actually active trading at least a few shares consistently in focus with that. And that's all that I'm really looking at. Just finding momentum. I know a lot of people, Bollinger Bands or envelopes in general, revision to the mean, so on and so forth. That was not the spirit in which they were created, at least for Bollinger Bands with John Bollinger. To oversimplify things, break the top band is momentum upside, break a lower band is momentum lower side. Obviously, that's not just go in and do trade like that, but that's in the spirit of it. That's how this scan was conceived and created. This one here is just a little more basic, looking at strength from the open essentially. And again, so this one stocks in between $8 and $30, so a little higher priced for the lower end of things. 550,000 shares traded on the day, and the same concept with this. Both of them are set up to look at stocks in the race setup itself that total change from the open, not using the delta anymore. For those in the past, I'd use the delta value. I'm looking at total move from the open. So I just want to see stocks that have continuous to be total strength from the open on the day. So I don't care if something gapped down and it's reversing. That's fine by me. I'm happy to see those. That works for me. That's the kind of stuff that I want to see. If it gaps up and goes too, I'm happy to see that obviously too. And that's the same kind of setup in both of those. So that's what those scans are doing. Is coin a good buy rate here? I have no idea, Keith. I have no idea if I don't do things like that. We don't give financial advice. We don't, I don't tell buy and sell. We're here to talk software, and we can look at a chart. We can talk about some levels, price, volume, VWAP, SMA and EMA, something like that. Is it a good buy here? I have no idea if it's a good buy here. And even if I thought it was a good buy here, I would never say that. Things that I can tell you is it obviously just got rejected off of a level that is a magnet for price. Look at that. Look at that magnet for price, that level, right? Draw a line. Bang, 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 bang. Loves just touching this line. Loves touching that line, right? That's a fact. That is not debatable. Whether it's a good buy here or not, that's debatable. It is a fact that the price is touching this line for the last year a lot. In fact, price has probably spent more time around this line than it has anywhere else in the last year. Literally anywhere else. That is a fact, right? We can also state that it is a fact that has now made some lower lows consecutively. We can also state for a fact that this has now made some lower highs consecutively. So we can state for a fact that this stock is in a downtrend still. Those are all facts. Intraday, I don't know. This thing looks fairly tied to the market, right? Bring over the SPY chart, right? 15-minute SPY chart, right? Made a move up, fading. There's your 15 minutes up on that 5-minute chart, fading, right? So I think that you're tied to the market here. If you're a believer that the market is going to scoop itself up here, then you're probably a believer that coin is going to follow suit, right? Those are the things that I could comment on that, though. I don't have opinions on charts, Keith. I don't work in opinions. We work in facts and price and volume and if-thens. My opinion doesn't pay me. My opinion has lost me money for many, many years. Where am I from? I live outside of New York City. I'm from New York overall. I've lived upstate and downstate in New York. And by upstate, well north of Albany. So yeah, Great Scott was talking AI before. I don't even remember the last time I looked at this chart. So yeah, AI seems to be one of those more whippy ones. Kind of curl up move. And again, is it pulling back to this level in here? Doesn't seem unreasonable, right? I've obviously looked at it in the past, but it must have been a long time ago. I don't even know. That line is had to have had a reverse split, right? It had to have been a reverse split at some point or something. $30 looks like a price magnet, if you ask me, right? Give or take. Is it 30.50? All right, is it 29.50? Is it 30.20? Whatever. But we can see here price running up, bang into it, bang up above it, right back below it, bang into it, back down, test it. So my mind goes to what are likely if-then reward scenarios here that make sense, at least to my eyes, right? This thing is in a wicked downtrend all of a sudden, right? So do we catch falling knives? I'm not going to catch a falling knife, that's for sure, even on a short term. I would like to see, I'd like to see it kind of base around here before thinking about it, at least long-term wise anyways. And by long-term, I mean longer than a day. If it came down and tested this a few times and then started to bounce back off of there, I think part of you is going to be tied to the overall market, right? Obviously, it's an NYSE stock, so if tech itself starts to bounce and look healthy, where's the XLK? Right, so XLK maybe settling back in a little bit on this pullback. If tech starts to continue to hold well into this level up here, right? AI might be something to seriously consider then. Now you ask yourself, what am I willing to risk? What's my possible reward? Well, I think your possible reward scenarios are going to be this level, the body of that candle in the upper shadow of today. And then, you're looking at $40 and maybe taking steps up here like that. So these are possible reward scenarios. Obviously, a risk is at 30. And then I would say coming down here to This is just what my eye sees. Your eye may see something differently. Beauty's in the eye of the chart holder, but maybe down here in this 2750 range, something like that. Those are some if then scenarios. So now you have to ask yourself, what one am I going to select? Because you don't get to move your goalposts, or you're not supposed to move your goalposts, as far as your stops go. So if that's your stop, right? Maybe it's kind of a tight stop, right? Obviously a looser stop. However, we can see what the stock does both to the upside and downside. And there's nothing quite as frustrating as whipsaw. For those that aren't familiar with the term whipsaw, is that you make your entry and all of a sudden it whips back down, stops you out, and then comes right back up to your entry and above. So that it's a never a very fun scenario to have, to say the least. But a stock like this is one of those stocks that could whipsaw you just like that. Yeah, I mean, a bounce off that 30 level. Again, if you're playing a bounce off that 30 level and it never gets there, then are you using that 30 level for your stop? Or are you using this 27 and change for your stop? I don't know. There's a lot of other things you could use. Those are the things that my mind goes to. It doesn't make me right. It's not even an opinion. It's what I use. It's what I use. It's not, again, this isn't an opinion. This is, how my trading system would work for me on likely if then scenarios. Someone else might be using a rising 10 SMA or 20 MA or some kind of crossover or ADX. There's an infinite amount of things, combinations that you could use essentially. Obviously, some things making more sense than others, of course. I would say, Keith, this is going to be based on what you're willing to risk. Like I would never risk 20% on a trade personally. I mean, and 20% of what? Are you talking 20% of your entire account? Or are you just talking about 20% drawdown? How are you setting the positioning on that? There's more to that question, Keith. I have questions on your question, essentially, Keith. So what I would say is that what are you testing? What are you using for it, right? What are you basing the 20% on? Are you basing a 20% off a certain high? Are you basing a 20% from your entry? Those are the kind of things that I'd pose to you as a question in that sense. Is 20% out of this realm? No, I'm sure there's people that are successful that use trading systems that revolve around some kind of 20% drawdown, but that works for them. They've tested it and so on and so forth. Yeah, I would say this, Keith. Have you tested it? If you've tested it and it works well, then I'd be using it. As I mentioned early on, scanning, this stuff is just one part of trading, right? This gives us the ideas. It points us towards things, right? The other part of it is, why did I get in the stock, right? What got me in there? Just being on a scan shouldn't be what gets you in a stock unless you refine the scan to the point where everything coming from here is a quality that I should be taking it, right? These scans that I've refined here, they're not at that level. I just looking for idea generation. I go through charts, I look at charts, throw some lines on them based on, where I'm seeing price touch a lot, things of that nature. And from there, using, these indicators that I like. So the why you got in there, why are you using 20%? Is it a random number? You should have a reason for that 20%, right? Where does the number 20% come from? Is it something you've tested? I've tested entry and entrances around the VWAP. I've watched when a spread starts to happen between an 8 EMA and the VWAP on different time frames. These are things that I've watched and I tested myself. Simulated them, moved into trading live money, made adjustments over time. So those are the things that I got to, point you towards. If are you asking yourself these questions? I've used in the past the bottom of a prior 15-minute candle for my stop. It never worked well for me. A lot of people have success with it. I wasn't one of those people. So, I tested it, didn't go well, decided it was time to move on from that. Those are the kind of things we want to look at and think about, test. And that's why, nobody wants to hear it. I get nobody wants to hear, oh, you got to paper trade first. No, I got to make money now. Well, do you have to make money now? Is it more important trying to make money now while losing money? Or is it more important to just not lose money at first? Nobody walks into this world and just bang, I'm trading and I'm making money. Nobody in the history of this ever. So ILPD continues to do its thing here. It's kind of creeping along here. Not a huge mover, to be honest. But, a percent move is a percent move. VCIG didn't really get going, right? Volume's declining a bit. But, now what I'm keeping an eye for is, well, we've got this declining volume, then a pop with a pop in volume. At this declining volume, will we get a pop in price and a pop in volume? This is trending higher, right? Did something similar here on that move. So I'm going to keep an eye on that there. And again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Nothing really different from any of the other scanners. ANTX. Let's go top 10. ANTX. Nah, this thing. Weird stock. And so this is why I have the volume filter in these other two races, because this is probably one that's like trading some set of shares and then doesn't trade for a while again, and then trades some shares and doesn't trade for a while again. Everything else I think we've talked about here. Yeah, we talked about that already. BRTX. I don't know if we actually talked about this one here. It's interesting looking. Again, I like when you see the steady stairs up like that. It's interesting. Biotech, though. Right? Therapeutic products, medical therapies using cell and tissue protocols. So swing trading wise, very dangerous stock to be involved in. For those you don't know or don't have experience, you've got pharmaceuticals, medical related stocks and things like that. You're held hostage a bit by the FDA and drug approvals and trials and things like that. So, these are kind of stocks where everything's looking rosy like this. And all of a sudden, you never know when the releases are coming out. And all of a sudden the FDA comes out and says, no, didn't meet whatever standards we want. And your $6.55 stock all of a sudden becomes a $2 stock the next day. You get very careful with biotech, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices, and all those kinds of types of stocks and categories. Goes the other way too. You can be in something and it's made a nice move up, and then all of a sudden your $6.55 stock becomes a $10 stock also. Cuts both ways. The problem is more times than not, it'll cut that way, unfortunately. So anyways, these are the kind of inherent risks that are out there for those. It's interesting. Actually, put that on my like list. Let's see if it stays or not. My other issue with this is that it's having its day today. So while it's in this uptrend, it isn't exactly loaded with a lot of volume or liquidity that it trades. It's doing 8 times what it's normally doing and traded 655,000 shares on a day. So that tells me it trades very, very few shares a day. HOUS, who are you? What are you? This is just grinding along, up for good for about 8 1/3% on the day and 50 cents, more or less. A lot of room to run here up above it. 640 level looks tough. Again, Barry will be back shortly. Anybody with any other questions, fire those away for me. I think we had a pretty good session. Hopefully folks got something out of it that'll help you carry forward, got you thinking a little bit more, whether not just about scanning or refining scans, but about risk management. That's what we are at the end of the day here. We're managing risk. We're risking our hard-earned capital. When we're risking our hard-earned capital, how is it that we're going to manage that risk? I do not have a video for developing a trading plan. I do not. Sorry. To say my time is taken up by support with trade ideas and simply answering questions for the software would be an understatement. That somewhere around 75 to 80 hours a week that I do this, where I'm answering emails and chats and things like that. I don't do much in the media world. And I guess they're doing some yard work outside. Let me shut my door down a little bit here. Okay, maybe that's a little better, hopefully. VNO. A fairly sizable move, good for $2 here. Very liquid. This is interesting, right? Why is it interesting? Look at this. Trying to break out above this level, right? Last couple times we got here, rejected, 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 and coming through here. Holding volume pretty steady for the day. Volume as it breaks, tries to break away here. Came through that level, tested it, bouncing back off of it now. It's a very interesting one. Let's get a price alert set here. We'll watch that one very carefully. So strange. My speakers are just not going where they're supposed to. Alrighty. So, all right, most of the stuff we talked about hasn't really done much since we mentioned it, or has fallen apart even, or the
It's
earlier.
like my body. Oh, Christopher, I'm not feeling it today at all. I've had one short of CCL, which worked out nicely, and missed a tremendous short on BMEA, and that's it. I really have not really felt it today at all.
Today hasn't been a good day for me either. I took
Yeah.
some IONQ for swing trade, and I am now sitting underwater. That's it. That's
Let's
my
see.
big action on the day.
Right.
So,
Now it's funny you talk about trading at the beginning. My first trade ever online. My Cecilia, my wife, was standing beside me, and my finger was shaking over the enter button, the submit button. No idea what I was doing. Had way too many shares of whatever I was trying to take, and hit that enter button. And my goodness, the stock went high just like that. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is so simple. This is so simple. We looked at it and we couldn't believe what the profit was on it. Um, and then the next five trades basically wiped all that profit out and more. That was because I keep hearing you talking, and I try to do the same thing. People think this is, we are a scanner. It's a great scanner, gives you the idea. Hopefully, it gives you ideas of things that at least you have a certain price range you like, maybe a minimum volume that you like, maybe a relative volume. So these are abnormally, if you're intraday trading. So there is some abnormal activity, yes, but boy, oh boy, you still have to understand how to read chart. You just
it
cannot
took
just
me
take
way
you
too
to.
long to get it. It took me way too long to get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
But
didn't even know. I didn't know about stops. I didn't know anything. I know nothing. I
yeah,
literally knew nothing. I just thought, well, I'll take this trade. It looks pretty good to me, but I had no idea. The idea of getting out of the trade when it wasn't working was totally foreign. It just, because like a lot of us, we probably go into trades. Well, especially in those days, well, I heard something. Somebody said this is going to do something, and okay, that person seems reliable, and when all of a sudden it doesn't work and you try to contact that person, it's funny that the phone number is disconnected. But
yes, yes,
I'm
indeed,
kidding a little
indeed.
bit, but seriously, I mean, it's you've got this, it's a cliche, but it's definitely the school of hard knocks that you've got to go through.
Yeah, I consider myself lucky because really my introduction to everything was, getting looped into here with, the trading room and the webinars that were done, more frequently back then.
Mm-hmm.
And you all talked about stops and risk management and things like that. Also, I have some emails saved from before, I was even a subscriber. And of course, I didn't want to hear the things that were being told to me, and I guess I complain about some of the same things now, on being on the flip side of it, but I didn't want to hear that it could take, 2-3 years before you really turn a corner and how much paper trading needs to be done. And, I always referred to, I was like, I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish. I can literally do anything. It's just not that there's no discipline with teaching yourself another language other than just to study it. And you'll become successful at it. Most things in life, you put hard work into it, you'll get good results. Mm-hmm. Some of the hardest workers ever are the most failed traders in the history of trading. It's just how it works.
Yeah.
There's a certain discipline to it.
Well, the discipline, plus it depends what you're working on.
Yes.
Hard work. I always liken it to, it's my golf course analogy. I used to see guys spend hours on the range practicing the wrong way. It was literally that simple. And they come out in the course and they get so ticked off. Why am I not? I spent 10 hours this week on the range. And far be it from me, I'm no golf pro, but I would say, you're starting off with a bad grip, number one. Or I'm not saying it's impossible to hit the ball consistently with that sort of a grip. It's not impossible. Nothing's impossible. But 99% of the people wouldn't have a grip like you, number one. Okay, I'm just using that as a far out analogy. Your stance, you're way too wide or way too narrow, or doing all these sort of things. But so practicing all those things and ingraining it, unfortunately, like you're practicing and so your muscle memory. Same thing with trading. You'd be practice. So your muscle memory now is your brain. and your brain, unfortunately, is not willing to change. You think, wow, how can this not work? This looks so good. Everybody's talking about it. Good news, the whole bit. And I'm not going to put a stop because it's got to turn around as it's starting to fail on you. Guess what? I'm going to add to my losing position because it's got to turn around. I mean, it's on and on and on and on and on. So stops were the most important thing in my life ever. Well, not my life, but I mean in trading, to get out of the trade if it's not working, take a manageable loss, and then you can
Yep.
always get back in later. Maybe the same setup happens later, for a whole bunch of reasons. Maybe at the time you took it, maybe the market changed on you, something else, some big guy in the stock decided at that second he wanted out. There's so many things, but you just got to be able to deal with that and move on.
No, that's exactly it. And before I leave, Gandhi asked a question about the history. Yeah, you have to do history one by one. There's no show me history for all my windows function in the software. You're gonna have to go one by one on the windows. And then Keith, that's just a part of the learning process or developing a trading plan process. Finding that quote unquote decent stop. Use a simulator, paper trade, test these out. If something isn't working after, let's say 15 or 20 trades, likely it's not going to work in the future. Make an adjustment from there, whether it's with that stop, itself, or abandoning abandoning that altogether and moving to something completely different with the system though. You may find something that's kind of working. Maybe it's 50-50. So what's the tweak that I need to make? What's the consistent reason that the stop doesn't work? What's the consistent reason that the stop does work? Those are the kind of things that I looked at when I was doing, a lot of handwritten journals and things like that at the beginning of trading. So, for Leah, when she asked, if about a video for a trading plan, I don't have a video, but what I would recommend to anybody out here that's looking for a trading plan, you're going to have to paper trade and write down every trade. And the things you should be writing down is what I bought, why I bought it. What was it that said, let me buy that trade? What was my stop? Why did I set it at stop? And what was my target or tentative target? How I was managing this trade to the upside. And after about 50 trades, if you go through all your winners and losers, you're going to see a consistent reason you won, and you're going to see a consistent reason you lost. And then from there is how you start to make your adjustments, or at least that's what I did. And I think that most people would tell you that that is a fairly solid way to go about that.
Yep, completely agree. And your trading plan also has to be somewhat adapted to your personality.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of it is personality. Like I know there are people, not so much in the YouTube room when there's not as many people, but there are what I'll call trading junkies that have to be in a trade all day long. If they get out of a trade, they have to get into another one almost immediately. And I find that is, I mean, to me, that is something that can be controlled because, there's nobody is forcing you to take a trade, but that is part of some people's personalities, like the eager for the action and just getting all sorts of, they get not overwhelmed, but they just feel that I'm not doing anything unless I'm in a trade. Whereas, as you said, patience can be the biggest thing you can do in order to get into a trade. If it takes an hour or two for something to set up the way you like it, so be it. And it's but and I don't know how to, but that's a personality thing. There's people out there, they can hear me and they might be nodding their head. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I shouldn't be so over eager just to get into a trade because I'm bored. Well, easier said than done though, if that's your personality.
Exactly. And with that said, they're starting the leaf blowers outside. So
I hear them. Okay, well, I'll take over.
And let you
Good
take
timing.
feedback.
Yep, there we go.
Just because nobody wants to hear that on my end.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Chris.
Thank you, everybody.
And
Thank
as you say,
Terry.
next week is a half day, so obviously you will not be in this room next week.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's weird. I didn't
All
realize
right.
you had a
Thanks,
half day
Barry.
there.
Take care, everyone.
Okay.
We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody, I am now, the YouTube session went a little bit longer, so I'm back in all of the rooms. Just give me one moment. There we go. Except for my music. Just give me a moment. I got to get this music going. So guys, I'm not in anything anymore. I do see that the CCL is starting to move down, but I'm not in anything right now. So Keith, when you said I'm talking to somebody on YouTube, I'm just trying to look for a decent stop. I'm trying not to overthink. Well, again, it all depends on what type of like. This is why I would say you said, well, I'm pretty good in a simulator, not so good when I'm trading live. Well, again, a lot of that can be emotion, but if you're using the simulator properly, where were you putting your stops in the simulator that were working? I'll ask you that question. I mean, you remember when I took the CCL trade as an example, I'm just as a very specific example. Why did I take the CCL short? The reason was, so of course we knew about CCL because it was an earnings play. It had already been knocked down, but it did pop up. Okay, got back up to what, $15. And then when it took out the VWAP, I think the VWAP at that point might have been 14. Well, because now it's at 1445. But when I right up here, it was about 1485. Okay, well, in fact, you can see the line. And so I ended up taking this trade, this short at 1472, putting a stop at the VWAP. Okay, as an example. Now it wasn't necessarily going to work, but I had a pretty defined area where I thought, okay, it broke down underneath the VWAP. Is that a false breakdown? Well, let's see. All you can do is see. And if it had got back up to the VWAP, so I think I had a 12-cent stop. 12-cent stop, and look what it did afterwards. Now, they're not all going to work like this, but that was my thought process on taking it and where I was going to put my stop. And I'm not a huge VWAP player, but I'll adapt. When I say that, I'm not, scouring for VWAPs or the 200 days, but I do recognize that these are important levels. And so that's why I took that trade. So in a simulator, a person could practice doing things like that, watching a stock, take out the VWAP, move down off it a bit. I don't mean by a penny or two, take the trade. It could be to the upside too. I mean, it could have moved above the VWAP and then put your stop at the VWAP and just see what happens. And that, over time, you might get a lot of confidence doing something like that. But I mean, is that a trading plan? Could be, but it's not a trading plan unless you practice it or try it out and get confidence doing it and not worrying that, oh man, I just did it 3 times in a row and it didn't work, therefore it's terrible. Now, again, if you did it 100 times in a row, it didn't work. Okay, fine. But I think that's the other thing that people go through. They get kind of comfortable with something, and then it doesn't work for 3 or 4 or 5 trades, and they think, oh man, this isn't working. I better do something else, and that's it. They just leave it behind, not realizing that nothing is going to work 100% of the time, even 90% of the time. If you can get 60%, then you've actually found something. Assuming that you can let your winners run a bit and manage your exits, when you have a loss, manage them correctly, take the manageable loss, and move on. Yeah, the FGen is, I don't know. I mean, it's still it's an all-time low now, isn't it? Still. By the way, guys, I'm just watching crypto. So crypto's getting a little bit thumped here, and I see that Bitcoin, in jeopardy of breaking down below 30,000, which really, look at the Mara. Look at the Mara. I mean, this is one I had high hopes for earlier today. thinking if we could take out 1310, and it almost did. Got right up to almost the high of Friday, and I was all set to not necessarily take the trade at 1310, but I certainly wanted to know about it, and I had my price alert set, never hit. I mean, it got within a nickel, and then all of a sudden, look at this. So now FGen at this point, I think is an all-time low. I mean, I was thinking of taking it, but then it did this. Hard to see on the I mean, then it popped up. I mean, remember on a percentage basis, that went from 280 to 3, and now it's come back down again. I mean, tomorrow, I mean, this could keep going down. I'm just going to forget about it though. I mean, it's an all-time low. I mean, there's no support, but it's just right now it's just meandering too much for me. What's my opinion of MSTR? This is this Michael Saylor, right? Well, this is tied to Bitcoin, isn't it? I mean, it's to me it is sector related. So I mean, if you think that this is tied to Bitcoin, right? I can't remember anymore. MicroStrategy Incorporated. I know this guy's name is Michael Saylor. So I mean, when I read this, it doesn't look like it is Bitcoin, but William mentioned that MSTR is finally break even on their Bitcoin purchases. Okay, so they purchase Bitcoin. Okay, so anyway, the bottom line, Keith, is well, what do I have no idea what Bitcoin's going to do. Okay, so you look at BITO. So what's my opinion? I have no opinion one way or the other. Is Bitcoin going to hold 30,000? Is it going to now, drop down below 30,000 and make its way back down to 25,000? See, those are the sort of stocks I stay away from because for me, they're just way too tied to the sector. For me, to try to, if that makes sense. Now, having said that, yes, I was interested in Amera, but that was more because it was breaking above Friday's high, if it had. And as long as Bitcoin, BITO anyway, had not been, moving down. So their average was 30,000. So I remember that guy. Yeah, he was buying. He was buying. Yeah, I do remember him now. And WL, last time I looked at Newell, I think it was almost an all-time low. No, I didn't look at it today, but I know they had earnings. Yeah, so this is almost an all-time low. I mean, it's popping now, but I mean, okay, let's take a look. Looking left, what do you see? Next high is So the next high is 820, way too tight for me. I mean, if you took this trade right now at 814, to me, 820 could easily stall it. There's 823, there's 828, there's 832. There's all sorts, to me, anyway, there's too much that could go wrong between here and 830 for me. Now, if the next high looking left had it been 860 from 813, I said, okay. But for me, the way I trade, I just won't take that trade. Now that doesn't mean it's not going to, start to rip and tear through 830 and get up to 860 with no problem. But we talk about a trading plan. It's my trading plan. My trading plan is really simple. Look left. If I don't see enough room, I don't take the trade. And many times I don't take trades, and the stock just races right through, whips right through what I thought might have been a resistance area, but I can live with that. Speaking of Bitcoin or the crypto world, look at Hive now. Wow. That Hive was showing up on my options play, 394, now 388 now. Same thing though. I look at this. 376 was the low of Friday. Too close for me. Now, look, if somebody said, it's going to definitely get down to 376. So from 389 down to 376, that's not a bad percentage move, but I don't know what's going to do that. Well, I do have Tesla or the it's a TSLS thumbnail, so I do see this action here. The only thing stopping me from taking a short and like buying this, which would be in essence shorting Tesla, is what they do, these guys. I mean, they come out of nowhere, and I mean, I'd have a stop. Of course, I'd have a stop, but it's definitely getting more interesting on the short side with all the some of the major brokerages basically saying, "Hey, enough is enough." Well, I'm when I say look left, I'm looking. I'm looking. Okay, let's take a look at Mara. Okay, good, maybe a good example, Mara. Yeah, I'm all well. It's not just that I'm just looking left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. Okay, and if I can't see it on a daily, then I look on the weekly. Now, the next high could be the previous day. Especially if a stock had a huge gap down or something. And then it's trying to come back. But no, I'm not just looking at the next day. I'm looking left, and wherever I see, be it the next day or the 2 days before or 30 days before, I'm just looking to see where that next high is on the daily. Now, if I can't see a next high on the daily, then that's when I look to my weekly chart. Okay. Well, for all the reasons I said, why do I look at the daily if I'm a day trader? Because if I'm a day trader, most of the things I see are already at the next at today's high. Okay, they're going to be very close to today's high, or if I'm shorting at today's low. So I want to look left to see where could it keep going. If I'm going to take that trade, where could it keep going until it hits the next high? I mean, that to me makes a lot of sense. Why would I take something as a day trader, and say at 1162, and I look left and the next high is 1170? Now, it doesn't mean it can't get through there. What I would be doing, let's just say, again, let's make some numbers up. I look left, and I'm looking at a trade, and the price is 1160, and I look left, and the next high I see is 1170. Then the next high after that I see is 1250. So for me, I'd be saying, okay, let's see if it can take out that 1170, so I have to move 10 cents. And then I can get interested because then the next high is 80 cents away. So, to me, as a day trader, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, this is, I was saying to Chris, this is for me a very slow day. The only one trade, the CCL short, the one big miss, unfortunately, the BMEA just didn't get my fill. Oh yeah, let's try to find something that. Okay, so let's pretend this red candle on pick wasn't here, okay? Let's pretend today was having the day. Friday, of course, it had the big day, but let's pretend this candle was not there. And so I look at a daily chart and all I see is this big, nice daily candle. And when I look left, I can't see anything. In other words, everything, yes, I could keep scrolling back and back and back and back, but that's why I have a weekly chart. Okay, so I don't have to go through an exercise of trying to scroll back on a daily. Okay. So that's what I say when I look left and I don't see anything. Every price is below the current price. That's when I look left on a weekly just to just to check to see, okay, can I see anything on the weekly? It's possible even on the weekly chart when I look left, everything is underneath the current price. In which case, probably I would expand the weekly. But if I did that and I still couldn't see anything, then I'd go to a monthly chart just to see, well, where is that next high? Yeah, I have no stats on that. How long am I usually in a trade? I have no stats on that, Great Scott. It all, every trade is different, of course. I don't go into a trade thinking this is a 5 minute hold or a 10 minute hold or an hour hold. I'll stay in the trade as long as it's working, which I know is kind of a wishy-washy answer, but that's the truth. And it depends on the day. I mean, I think on Friday I sort of identified the day, and today's sort of. I mean, CCL wasn't bad because it kept moving down. But some days you get in, you get a feel for the day you're in, and you think, you know what? There's not a lot of continuation today on the things I'm looking at. Therefore, if I get into something, I'm probably more than likely, to maybe take some quick profit just because the sense I have of the day that I'm in. And then there are days in which you get into something and it just keeps moving, moving, moving higher. It doesn't have to be giant green candles, but just keeps moving higher. Beautiful trend. No reason to get out. So it's really. Okay, let's look at quick. Okay, so this is first thing that stands out. This has been obviously a tremendous, well, not quite a month, but except for that week, 2 weeks ago, it really didn't do anything. But where does it come from? 6 to 940. So here's a case in which I can't see anything looking left on certainly on the daily chart or a weekly chart. So I expanded a bit. I've got to go back to March of 2021. So I've got to go back to 2 years before I see these highs. And that high back here was 1030. So that's a little less than $1 away. So it's not bad, but my only problem would be that it seems a little extended, a couple of days. But it's a nice break on the 15. I mean, a little consolidation on the 15, a break. The volume isn't great. The relative volume is there, but the overall volume of 365,000, I mean, it's not, you can just tell based on that, it doesn't trade very much because that's 20 times normal up to this time of day. 365,000, you divide 20 into that, it means that's only usually trading, a 20th of this. So, I mean, could it work? Yeah, it's possible, I suppose. Was there any news on this? I don't see any news. What's the sector it's in? It's a semi, so semis are still have been relatively well, very strong. But the NAS is down, so I mean, a lot of semis are in that index. So, well, and the SPY is certainly chopping around. And most importantly, when I look over this is untradeable. Okay, untradeable. Why? Look at this. Unless it's not halted. No, look at the spread. 913, 948. So this at this point, this is untradeable. Now it just moved up to 940, but look what's happening. They're almost trying to rope you into, okay, get that spread up to get the bid back up to say 945. People take it at 948, and then they drop the bid right back down to 912. Okay. I mean that so I just don't even look at this. The spread is just an issue. Hopefully that makes sense. Doesn't mean later on the spread might tighten up, but this screen is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, but really important to check. Can you see how untradeable this is? If you wanted this right now, in theory, you have to pay 948 for it. If you looked at your brokerage account, most brokers, like I think anyway, will then treat your P&L where you could get out of the trade right now, which would be 912. So you'd be in a loss position immediately. So that, is just untradeable for me. And that, makes sense because, 20 times normal, and that's 365,000 shares. That's 20 times normal. This does not trade very much. It's very thin. Fifteen-minute on Kava. Let's take a look at Kava. And that doesn't mean that, an hour from now, this could be $11. But my trading plan is to stay away from that sort of stuff. Okay. Well, of course, the first thing we see is that it's at the VWAP. It's a little bit above the VWAP, 4166 for Kava. Just a little bit above the VWAP. A little extended on the 15. It's an hour straight up, but it's over the VWAP. So again, another test. You might go, okay, you take this trade right now. What's the spread? Spread is 78.88. It's not terrible for a $47 stock or $41. Excuse me, $41 stock. And then if you put your stop around the VWAP, it's probably going to tell you pretty soon if you're right or wrong. I wouldn't put it right at the VWAP. I'd probably put it a little bit below, maybe 60, because of the spread. So hey, for fun, let's just do it in the simulator. What is going on here? So let's just take the trade, a couple hundred shares. Now the spread is, I mean, listen, I'm just going to go. I'll take it at the market. Okay, I'm not gonna mess around. I'm just going to take it at the market. Oh, that's what's happening. Okay, give me a moment as I. Okay, I click the send. All right, guys, I'm just kind of having to rearrange things just a little bit. Have to be able to see the send, okay? Okay. And then we put our stop at where did I say the stop was? At the VWAP. Oh, let me get rid of the message. So 41.66. So let's just add the stop. And let's make it 41.60. Just give it a few pennies underneath the VWAP. Add it, and then it'll appear on the chart right here. So, but if I get stopped out, it'll be a $41 loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. Okay, let's see what happens. You know what? I'm going to do this. It is the high of the previous week. High of the previous week is up here, $48, unless I'm reading it wrong. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is 46.71. Sure, you got the right symbol, Juan, or the right chart. Okay. So, so that's an example of maybe somebody with a trading plan. Okay. We have a scan that'll show you stocks near the VWAP as an example. So if you decided, you know what, I want to be a VWAP player, I want to be a person who, trades around the VWAP, sees what happens, and takes the trade and puts the VWAP as my stop. You could practice that. That could be your trading plan. Well, what am I doing again, this is in the simulator, right? So took the trade at 48.89, 41.89, and with the stop at the VWAP, 41.66, just a little bit under. Okay. And just see, you know, if that in this particular case, would that have made sense? And that's what, again, I'm just trying to say. Now, you could do the VWAP. Some people like the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, an 80 MA on a 15-minute chart. You could use a moving average, but you've got to figure out what makes sense to you and what you get comfortable with, and gain some confidence at sort of doing it over and over again. And then eliminating everything else. Never mind, chasing the shiny new objects, as we call them, the ones that go crazy, especially if you're starting out. Because while it's always fun to be in something that goes up 100 and 200% in minutes, if you're just starting out, those are it's not easy. Okay. Would I sell the pivot high? I don't know. I'm not. I don't have the next high, the high of the day is way up here at 43. So I mean, that'd be a great area for it to get to if it could get to it. My big thing right now would be getting through 42. Okay, that whole number. Remember now, this is just in the simulator. Okay, this is just a simulated trade because PJ in the room said, what about Kava? And the first thing I saw was the VWAP. But okay, well, let's just try it. Meanwhile, Lucid, guys, is triggering for me on a short. So I had a nice early move, but it's just really giving it up. And it's not, well, it's not gone negative yet, but it, my guess, no, if I had to bet, I'd bet this goes negative or very close. So anyway, I'm just going to leave this in here. We get stopped out, we get stopped out, but that's how it works. Okay. That's, if you don't have the discipline to obey your stops, that's why it'd be a good idea then to use the computer, the system. You don't have to be using this Brokers Plus window. Your broker will have a way to put a stop in. But before that, guys, I have to do a video. Forgot I have to do a video. So it's 1:30, say 1:38. So okay, shouldn't take that long, but just in case. So I'm muting myself now. Rooms. Okay, guys. So at this point, if I were truly in this trade, okay, truly in this trade, what I'd be doing is probably getting out almost at the entry, okay, and thinking, I'm not going to wait for it to get that bit down here. If I were truly in this trade, my stop is always the worst I want to do on the stock. But if all of a sudden I just don't like the way something is trading, I of course, excuse me, I sort of look at it and go, okay, you know what, don't like the way it's trading anymore. So I will get out. I can always get out of a trade early. I shouldn't say early, just before the actual stop. The stop is the worst I want to do in the trade. I see the 30,000 level of Bitcoin has been defended so far. VSIG, let's take a look at VSIG. Seems to be basing above the VWAP. This is a little cheaper, but yeah, 706. So if you'd seen this one earlier, you would have seen that, right around the VWAP area, popped up, came right back down. It's a little erratic, but that's what, to be expected with 2 million in the float. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So, for instance, if you decided that, what, I do want to see stocks around the VWAP, not breaking through the VWAP, just around the VWAP, probably, I think that's probably more, not necessarily important, but just as good. So let's say take a look at the VWAP. Why do I have it far from the VWAP? I thought I used to have a top list that was showing stocks right near the VWAP. This far from the VWAP, because there are also trading strategies, sort of a reversal to the mean. So a stock that's way above the VWAP tends to maybe come back down towards it. But let's just build it right in front of you, okay? I'm going to do a top list, a new top list. Start from scratch. Okay. Didn't do it. I didn't apply it. Sorry. Let's do it again. Start from scratch, load the settings, then say okay. So now we've got nothing in here. Okay. And let me get rid of the announcement. So now let's do something close to the VWAP. So first of all, do a search on VWAP, number one. Okay. Distance from the VWAP. Okay. Distance from the VWAP. Here's a filter. So we add the filter. Okay. So let's say the maximum we want it to be on the upside is 1%, and a little trick, put -1 on the min. And let's take a look when we do that. And you see what it says? The price is no more than 1% above the VWAP, also where the price is no more than 1% below the VWAP. Okay, so it's going to be in that range between 1% above or 1% below. Okay. So that's the key one. Now we can always adjust this. I mean, I'm just using this. Now let's put, some kind of a price range. Let's go, I don't know, 1 in 50. Let's give us a minimum volume or a relative volume of 2, making sure it's trading somewhat abnormally. Let's do 300,000 shares minimum. Okay, see how we're building this? So there it is, stocks between 1 and 50, volumes at least 300,000 shares, prices no more. Okay, it's sort of jumbled. I don't know why, but the other thing to do is let's change from the, let's leave it like it is right now. Okay, let's just leave it like it is right now and see what sort of a list we get. And I'm going to call this near the VWAP. Oops. Okay, now we need some columns because right now there's nothing there. So let's get a price, get a relative volume. It's at the volume today. And I do want the distance from the VWAP because I'm going to sort on that one. It's going to then we're going to see the ones that are so close. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so now we've got, if I do now I could break this up. But right now, this is showing me, this is the one that is furthest away from the VWAP, TALS, using these filters. Okay, it is 1% away. So let's just take a look. What does it look like on a chart? And you can see there's that blue line right there. That's the VWAP. Okay, and you can see it's just a little bit above it. This is 0.9. Okay, but you see how that just a little bit above it, all the way down. So when you have a negative number, it means it's just slightly below the VWAP. So if you were interested, and maybe put some other filters in here, but if you're interested in seeing stocks right near the VWAP, that's something you could do. The other thing I would probably do is, kind of make them a little more interesting. Make sure the stock is maybe up or down at least 3%, just so that we know it's kind of trading. So let's do that. That'll cut down the number of, or from the open. Let's just do from the open instead. We'll do it from the open. Change from the open at least 2%, upside or downside. Again, let's just see what happens. Okay. And we could make that 5%. I mean, just to get it really so that you don't get so many. We could up the volume, we could up the relative volume. So there's weave. Oh, the little bit, just a little bit above it. So you can see what the VWAP is, 989. Price is 999. Yeah, are you asking, is it possible to split the result in two screens? Yes. I just thought it would be, but it's sure it's possible. All I'd have to do is just get rid of oops, no, I blew that. It was the other way. Just a minute. A moment. Yeah, it's just a matter. Yeah, you just create two different screens. I mean, so now and here they'll be all above. Should be all above the VWAP. Why does it say minus? Give me a moment. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. I see what happened. A moment, please. Something strange is going on. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I haven't done this for so long. So what it should be, if you look at the filters, you've got to put. I had to put 0 here in the min and 1 in the max. So that'll mean the stock is it's above the VWAP. Or if I put like if I put 0.0001 or something, it'll. But this could be right at the VWAP, but no more than 1% above. Now it'll give me the results. Yeah, here we go. That's why now these numbers are all positive. Okay. And then, so that's near the, I should have put over. Yeah, so there it is, over. So I just rename this. And then what I can do to get the under, instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, I can just right click and I can duplicate this window. Okay. And then I will flip, I'll use this flip. So what will happen is what can be flipped will be flipped. What do I mean by that? This can be flipped. Obviously, the price is no more than 1% above or at. Now I can flip that. So what happens? Now the price is no more than 1% below or it's at the VWAP. Okay. Now all these numbers will be negative. Okay. And then, of course, give it another name. That's if you want to separate them. It's not a bad idea. I mean, okay. I'm going to take this off screen. I will share this if anybody wants it, but I'm going to take this off screen. I just want to see what sort of, looks it gives us. My original VWAP scans. Thank you, Patty. Okay, thank you. So Keith, it's an impossible question. I mean, listen. I can answer the question in a way. My 10-day daily, the harder you make an alert to happen, obviously the less alerts you're going to get. So here we go. My 10-day daily breakout down. I mean, I get very few alerts, okay? And we could call them quality. I mean, I can, go back in time and say that's an incredibly good alert. Okay, the BMEA, we had an alert to short it at 29.85. I mean, it's at 24.70 now. This one, I don't know. SGHC, I wasn't too interested. It's just sort of hanging around the area. The FGen, again, it wasn't. The cheaper ones I'm finding are not working as well. But the reason why I'm not getting too many alerts here and not too many alerts on the upside is because I've got a very tough filter here. Now, you could say that the less alerts you get, the more quality. Doesn't mean every single stock that you get, idea that you get is going to be a winner. But if I've said this before, if I only had two scans, if Trade Ideas Brass said, you know what, everybody, all subscribers can only have one long strategy and one short strategy. This would be it for me. I don't get very many alerts. And the reason why is because the current volume is at least 8. So, I mean, it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. And that's, it's a tough filter. There are other filters in place. It's a 10-day low in this case, or it's a 10-day high here. But I'm sharing these two. But that's what I like to see. It may not be what you want to see. So if you go to my homepage, if you go to my homepage and click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page. It'll be at the top, okay? And then just scroll until you get to the scan section. And here they are, the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, okay? So you can take a look at that. Certainly, you'll not get very many alerts. And, from my point of view, they're quality. And as you said, though, doesn't mean they're all going to work. Oh, that was Michael's. Okay, Pepe, that was Michael's. I think those are alert windows, right? Yeah. So this, yeah, I still have these. I was more interested though in the top list just to see, the ones that were close without having to have a trigger. But yeah, that's another one that, the Alpin. Let's take a look at ALPN. What is it doing? It's trying to rally into the VWAP maybe. This is more of an alert version of what I was showing. Yeah, I actually have that as a docked window, Pepe. I bring it out every now and then. So I mean, if you're a VWAP player, there's nothing wrong with having these two. Okay, and again, understanding what it means. It doesn't mean you take the trade, but at least now, if you are a VWAP type player, so take a look at LCTX, and it's right at the VWAP, right there. What's it going to do? So maybe what you do is you put a price alert, on top and one on the bottom, and see if either one of them triggers. I mean, it may just stay here for the rest of the day, but you can put a price alert on top or bottom. Well, actually, Pepe, nobody was looking for anything. I was I was just trying to say, okay, if you want to see stocks, near the VWAP, this is what you could do. But there wasn't really a request to do this. So, guys, obviously with the Kava, if I were in this trade, okay, and this is why I like to have this max P&L, okay? At one point in this trade with 200 shares, I was up $92 in the simulator, okay? You would never let that turn into a big loss, like not a big loss, but imagine if you had more shares. You would not allow that to turn into a loss after having been up, in my opinion, anyway. So, that's why I'm saying you have to manage the trade. So at one point, getting in at 41.89, what did it get up to? I mean, that's not bad. I mean, I'm not saying you could get out right at the absolute top penny, but from 41.89 to 42.35, and it actually held there for a little bit. The minute it started to do something like this, you should be taking, in my opinion, you should be taking some profit. No, I'm not, never ignore you. But look what it's doing. It's right on the VWAP again. So maybe, who knows? Maybe it bounces off the VWAP again. Yeah. So I don't want to, belabor this one too much. But again, if you decided that you wanted to be a VWAP player, and you won't know if you want to be a VWAP player until you try it. Okay. But if you thought what I'm saying, or there's all sorts of stuff written about the VWAP and how important that number, that area is. And if you said to yourself, well, I'm new to trading, so instead of trying to figure out all sorts of different trading styles. This one, you might say to yourself, this one makes a bit of sense. This is a an indicator that is very widely followed, the VWAP. And you could say, okay, let's practice trading around the VWAP. See what happens. And again, I'm just using the VWAP as an example. You may have a moving average. See, just took me out of the trade. Okay, I allowed that to happen. See, automatically it took me out of the trade. But again, in real world situation, never, ever would you allow being up. I mean, that could have been a significant number. That could have been, if I'd had if I had share size properly based on my risk tolerance, I could have been up, $200 or $300, and you would never allow it to turn into a loss. At least you shouldn't. But let's just pretend this comes back though to the VWAP and does the same thing. Pokes its head above the VWAP, gets up to the 4190. You could always try it again. Okay, so I'm not sharing my layout exactly, but I'm sharing the individual scans at K-Wealth, okay? So if you go to my homepage, and the reason I don't share, because, not everything that I have in a layout is what you want necessarily. So if you go to my homepage though, look at my homepage link and go to the scan section, scroll down until you see the scan section. So for instance, I am sharing this one, the momentum up and down right there. I'm sharing that race. So basically I am sharing everything you see on my screen. Okay. But I have other scans that I am sharing. So there's the biggest gainers from the open, that race here. This is the momentum up and down. And here is the Halts resumes. And here is my single stock window. Okay. Now I don't have, you'll have to create your charts yourself. And then I have other scans. I don't put I can't put everything on the shared window or on the shared monitor. Otherwise, it'll be overwhelming for people. It's probably overwhelming as it is. So, I'm not going to put every single scan that I'm using. It's not that many more though. I mean, I'm really just using this and my option plays. But there they are. Here's the option plays. And here are the 10-day daily breakouts. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Wow, lucid, 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 lucid. After the hoopla about their deal with Aston Martin, I said it wouldn't surprise me at all if it went negative. Well, it's not that far away, 16 cents away. All right, guys. Well, Bitcoin is still testing that 30,000. The only reason I'm looking at it, I'm just kind of I'm eyeballing Mara. Okay, I see why you're talking about ORIC. ORIC actually showed up in my 10-day daily breakout. Don't usually get these at this late. Okay, but there it is, 213. At 213, 790. So it still hasn't moved. And what's the float? 31 million in the float. And look left. Where could it keep going to until it hits some resistance? So it looks like the high in the that weekly high is 836. So it's got a little bit of room. Well, when was that? So that's over about a year and say 3 months ago. Three months ago, 1 year and 4 months ago. The highs for ORIC. Do I feel like going over money management at some point slash share size? Sure. Why not? What is going on here? Some weirdness happening with this brokerage plus window. Sorry about that, guys. Just kind of. So somebody, Denver asked if I would go over money management and all that. Sure. So first of all, before I take a trade, I have a checklist. Okay. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. And a checklist meaning that I won't take a trade unless I can check every box in my checklist. Now, most of the things are already checked based on the scans I create. So, for instance, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range I want to trade. I'm comfortable trading. It's going to have at least a minimum volume that I'm comfortable with, probably a relative volume that I'm comfortable with. Okay, so a lot of the things are already checked. So then, of course, the next thing I'm doing is when I get the alert, I'm looking left to see do I think there's enough room, or also what's the market doing? I mean, a lot of the things that we look at are not that reliant on what the market is doing. They're kind of trading a little bit more on their own. They're what we call an alpha stock. Maybe it's an earnings play. Maybe they have some news on their own. Okay, so they're not as concerned about what the rest of the market's doing within reason. But this is all that I'm doing to size up whether or not I'm going to take a trade or not. So let's just say I was able to check every single box and say, yep, I'm going to take this trade. The next thing that I'm doing though is I'm looking, okay, but if I'm going to take this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? In other words, where is my stop going to be? Okay. Not every trade is going to work, obviously. So I have to have a place where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, the way I do it typically, now we were just talking about a VWAP stop, but a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm looking at a 15-minute chart and I'm sizing up where I think there might be a support area if I'm going long, if I'm going to buy a stock, where if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, the problem with that is that if you're starting out, it where I think there's a support area, because of the way I see things may not be what you are looking at, or maybe even you just don't even see it. So you could try practicing maybe with the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay, as your stop. Hey, my glasses are here. just give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. Just give me one moment. Sorry about that, guys. I just had some glasses that I ordered. They just came in, and I have to have a little appointment so they can size them and all. Okay. So where was I? Okay, so I'm in the trade and now I have to have a stop. Now, what I was saying is that if I were new to trading, I might use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. The reason being is that that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. The low of the previous 5-minute candle, it's a defined number. Okay, so you might want to try that. Okay, when you're first starting out, because then there's no guesswork involved. So remember, when I get into a trade, though, I know before I take the trade, I know where my stop is going to be. Now, the other reason I will take a trade is I have to make sure that the risk reward is good enough. So what do I mean by that? So if I want to take a trade at let's take one that's a cheaper one, say SOUN, okay? Now let's say everything. Well, okay, it's the looking left. The looking left is going to set up the risk reward. So what do I mean by that? If my stop, if I got into this trade at $4.12, $4.13, and I had placed my stop, say 10 cents away or 20 cents away, okay, not because this is not an arbitrary number. This is not, oh, I'll put my stop 10 cents away or 20 cents away. It's based on something. But let's just make the math easy. So let's say I place my stop 10 cents away. I'm in at 413, so my stop's at 403. Again, before I've taken that trade, I've looked left to see, okay, where could it keep going before it hits some resistance? I have to see at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So what does that mean? So if my stop is 10 cents away, that's what I'm risking. I'm risking 10 cents on the trade. I have to be able to see that it could keep moving at least 20 cents before it hits that next high looking left. Okay. In other words, I'll risk 10 cents to make 20 cents. I'm not, if I look left and the next high was, even if everything else set up well, and the next high was 10 cents away, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. Okay. That's how I trade. Now, it doesn't mean, of course, that just because I'm looking at a chart and I'm seeing no resistance for 20 cents away or 30 or 40 or 50, that it's going to do that. I mean, all I'm trying to do though is put some the statistics in my favor. That's all I'm trying to do. But for instance, if I got into the trade and it started to work and I'm up 10 cents and all of a sudden and I'm up 15 cents. Remember, I'm trying to make 20 and then it stalls and it starts to move down. I'm not crazy. I'm not going to, I'm not going to wait and well, it's got to get to 20 before I get out. If I don't like the way it's trading, I will exit and I'll only take a small gain. But that was not the reason why I got into the trade. Okay. I'm not, I don't view myself as a scalper. Sometimes I'll only take a smaller profit, but that was not the idea going into the trade. So with all that in mind, okay, the next step is how many shares are you going to take? So let's do, I'm going to do this. I'm going to demonstrate right now. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy at the market. It's only a penny spread. So I'm in at 409. I'm going to put my stop. Remember, I knew what the stop was before I got into the trade. I'm going to put my stop 20 cents away. Why? Because see that nice little minus 100, okay, on my chart? So that means that if it doesn't work and I obey my stop, I'm not going to lose any more than $100, okay? So that's the next aspect, okay? Hopefully it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So what I try to do in the simulator is to demonstrate a risk of $100 a trade, every trade. The other way I trade is I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. That's the way I trade. I'm not saying everybody has to do the same thing, but that is how I trade. So that share sizes me. Well, how did it share size me? Well, remember now, I knew where I was going to get in at 409. I knew where my stop was at 389. That's 20 cents away. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, you divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. Okay. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out is $100. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet where you could input your entry and your stop, because my stop is not going to be 20 cents every trade. I just tried to make the math simple. You input these two, and you have, within Excel, you'll put the same risk amount per trade, and that'll automatically share size you, within reason. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to get hung up if I could only get 480 shares or 520 shares, within reason. So that is the way I trade. And the next thing, though, the important aspect is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's incredibly hard. Even if you've practiced in the simulator and you've done everything I've said, and again, I'm not trying to say that I'm the gospel, okay, but if you're following along the idea of a stop, etc., it makes sense, okay, and you're able to make money in a simulator, now all of a sudden you start trading with live money. Sometimes it's really, really difficult to obey your stop. In a simulator, oh well, I get stopped out, no big deal. You just let it happen. It's just play money. But sometimes it's really hard to take yourself out of a trade. especially if you're, you think, wow, this one is awesome. I mean, it's even got news. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. It's I would call it maybe a bonus. And the room is talking about it, and it's got all sorts of room looking left, like tons of room, and it doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop price. And the temptation is to say, you know what, this is crazy. My stop is too tight. Even though it is the previous 5 minute candle or whatever you're really trying to use, I'm not going to obey my stop this time because I know it's coming back. So the 100 turns into 200, it turns into 300, turns into 500 or worse of a loss. And then you finally get out and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. Almost as bad, and I know, boring people to death who have been in this room forever. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop. You're down two, three, four, $500, and then it does turn around on you, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you almost congratulate yourself. You say, "See, I knew it would come back." Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, money management is so key to lasting. If you're trying to, I'm not saying you have to do this, full time, but even if it's just part time, you're trying to make some extra cash. Money management is so important. And you get stopped out, and maybe it comes back the same way a little bit later, and you can always try it again. You know, excuse me. You might say, well, why did it get stopped out? Well, there's who knows why. Maybe some guy who held a whole bunch of shares right at that second said, you know what, I got to get out for some reason. My kid's going to school. College tuition is exorbitant. I've got to cash in. Who knows? Okay. Maybe the market turned on you right at that very moment, right afterwards. Maybe you're in a trade that is a little more market dependent. Maybe the market turned on you. There's a lot of reasons. And with commissions so cheap, though, there's no excuse not to get out of a trade because, well, I don't want to pay the commissions. They're so cheap. So that's it, guys. That's my off my soapbox, as I say every time. But practice trading, practice, practice, practice. Trying to figure out what is your personality. Are you somebody, number one, can you only spend an hour, the first hour of the day? Maybe you're on the West Coast, maybe you have a job. Okay, but you can spend from 6:30 to I don't know, 8:30 or 7:30, quarter to eight, whatever. You can spend the first hour trying to trade, and then you go to work. That is it's something you have to think about. Are you willing, are you willing otherwise to spend like 6 hours in front of a computer every day? Does that interest you? Obviously, for me, it does, but not everybody is going to be like that. Why are you trading? Do you have a job? Is this sort of part time? Is it not a hobby, but are you just trying to grow a little bit of extra income? There's all you have to analyze everything before you do all this. And if you show up in our YouTube room tomorrow, Michael Noss will be there, and he will nag you to death. You have to have a trading plan. You can't just sort of say, "Oh, that looks good." Why are you taking the trade? And why are you putting your stop there? Analyze. All right, guys, 2:34. So I am going to shut down just a little bit earlier. I say my eyeglass place called, and I have to go over there for the fitting, and the fitting will be at 1 p.m. my time. So that's in about an hour and a half. So I will cut it out probably 12:15, 10 after 12, something like that. I know. I mean, I'm only cutting out maybe a 10 or 15 minutes earlier. That's all. The other aspect is, do you want to be a pullback player? There are a lot of people that, don't want to trade the way I do because, I'm way more interested in stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. Other people would say, well, I don't like to do that. I'd rather see the stock pull back to a certain level, maybe to the VWAP, maybe to a moving average, maybe to a fib level. There's all sorts of there's no right or wrong way to trade. The only right way is, can you consistently, make money with how you are trading? People say to me, well, how come you don't use stochastics? How come you don't use MACD? How come you don't have RSI? How come you don't have all these things on your charts? And, I used to, I'm just like anybody else, figured, okay, I see all these go on to YouTube and you see all these different trading theories and people with all sorts of indicators on their charts. And I'm not ever going to say don't do that. If it works for you, keep doing it. Well, Keith, again, that's why, you said you were in a simulator and you were able to do it no problem. Well, I'm saying is that if you're able to, but are you doing exactly the same type of strategy? Now you're applying real money and it's not working? No, not every strategy is going to work forever. There can be some tweaking involved. Well, there's the ORIC guys, the ORIC, and we're talking about that one, just breaking over 8. So again, there it is on the 10-day daily breakout. 213 was the alert, $7.90, 826 now. I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but now for those of you who are new, the DR stands for don't repeat. So what happens is this is the repeating version of this. So why I like to have it organized like this, and you don't have to do the same thing, but I can go back and say, okay, I had the alert for ORIC, ORIC. There was the time at 213. There was the price, 790. What did it do from there? So I don't even actually have to, on this side, this is showing me every time ORIC made a new high. So I can tell, well, from 790 to 827. Or if I didn't want to see this, I could just click on ORIC. Just give me a moment. And you see a blue arrow right there. That tells you the alert. That tells you the candle of the alert. Guys, why I'm doing this, why I have these charts, there is a bit of a slowdown problem for me, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So I'm trying to, I'm using another charting system while we get to the bottom of this. But, ultimately, this is what I'll use, the Trade Ideas charts. But I'm just showing you, there's the blue arrow. It's not telling me to go long or anything. It's just indicating what candle did that alert happen on. And on a 15-minute chart, if I had a 5-minute chart up and running, it would show me the candle that it happened. And then I can see, okay, what did it do from there? Well, very visually, you can see that it worked obviously pretty well. Right now, let's take a look at CCL because that VWAP has really changed. Okay. But the VWAP is a moving target. When we first saw, when I took that trade, that short, it was at 1485. But look at all the trading down here. So now the VWAP is at 1442. What will happen here? Will it go through the VWAP? To me, well, yeah, I mean, it would have to probably get to at least 1450, 1450 4 or so, for a solid break. But maybe what happens is it comes into the VWAP and the VWAP, just stalls it right in its place and moves back down again. Meanwhile, just looking at this market today, it's been a real mess in terms of choppiness. I mean, we had that giant green candle to start, and then we had that red candle that almost wiped out that first green candle, moving down. Then we had a little pop up, then it went down, and then pop up, and now we're starting to move up. Very, very choppy. Not from what I've seen and the things that I am following, not a lot of great trend plays. In other words, trending. In the same direction. They don't have to be, if you're going long, it doesn't have to be giant green candles. Just solidly, in the direction that you want to trade. I'm just not seeing that today. On the things that I'm now somebody's going to put their hand up and say, yeah, but what about this one? That one straight up. I'm sure there are, but they're not showing up in my scans. Here's another thing, guys, and I mention all this because we get these emails all the time, and I think it's probably a good idea just to, go over this again, is that I want to see a scan that would have picked this up, okay, this particular stock, and wondering, well, why didn't it pick it up? And so what happens is we ask for the cloud link, we look at the cloud link, and there is maybe a filter that is blocking it. So first thing is before you send in, we have no problem answering emails like that, but before you question, well, why isn't this stock that I'm seeing, maybe I'm in the room and it's not showing up on my scan, check your settings. Okay, there could be something that's preventing it. It could be as something as simple as it's outside the price range, or it's not, the minimum volume isn't met. A lot of people I know, and I never, my recommendation anyway is if you're going to do more intraday trading, I would never use these sort of filters. Meaning, I would never use, sorry, I would never use the average daily volume, 5 days, 10 days, 3 months. I would never use those. The reason being is that if you, let's just say, for instance, you say, well, I should put an average daily volume of 500,000 shares. If you want to do it, that's fine. But what can happen is that some stock that really hasn't traded very much over who knows for how long, all of a sudden it's having its day, and it's trading millions of shares for whatever reason. You won't see it. More than likely, you will not see it because you've got that average daily volume, and and is blocking it. That's one thing to look at. Okay. Now, maybe if you're swing trading, maybe you use this, but even then, I personally don't find a huge value in this. But we have these filters, and there's some who probably say, no, no, I love these, and that's fine. But the other thing is, maybe it's a relative volume that is not met. So you say, well, okay, we look at their scan and we see that for their scan, that stock was, say, a relative volume of 3. And in their scan, they've got a minimum requirement of 4, just as an example. So they say, well, you can reduce it to 3 or 2. You'll certainly see that one. The problem is you may introduce a whole bunch of other stocks that you don't want to see. Okay. Could I have more stocks in here? Of course. Okay. All I have to do is reduce that probably that current volume filter. If I moved it from 8 to 4, I would see a lot more stocks. But I don't want that. I want to see what I'll call quality. It doesn't mean everything that's coming through here I'm going to trade, but I'd rather see fewer. Okay. And a stock that you might think, well, why didn't that show up in the 10-day daily breakdown? It certainly is at the low of the last 10 days. Well, probably some filter, but that is completely up to you. But I will say this, the fewer alerts you get in a window, to me, the better. Well, I don't know how to exclude choppy stocks. Yeah, it's hard. That's a very hard one. I mean, obviously, even all these stocks here, I mean, I don't even know if they're choppy, but they're all abnormal. They're all trading abnormally. But the nature of the market, you can't, I mean, it's hard to filter out something that isn't choppy. I mean, you can try things like a 30-minute consolidation, things like that, which, okay, the stock is maybe consolidating for 30 minutes. I just haven't used anything like that though. So we do have, or a tighter range, if I type in range as an example. So here's like a 30-minute range, a percentage, so a very small percent, but that may block a lot of other stocks. I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, it's a day in which you're going to get a lot of chop because of the market. I just sort of deal with it. I click on the alert and I think, okay, now, or it could come right back down again. Okay, which I'm not saying this is right now. This is not what I call a choppy stock. Choppy would mean a red candle, then up, green candle, and down, red candle, and maybe down a bit more and up. It's very difficult to just scan out of those. Yeah, you can go a position in or the range in 30 minutes, put a very narrow range, but then you'll probably miss out on a lot of stocks that are moving. Okay, so it's just days like this, you just have to deal with it. I mean, if you want to see stocks that are continuously moving higher to a certain extent, I mean, we do have a continuous, if I right click, configure, and type in consecutive as an example, consecutive. Okay, so consecutive candles, 1 minute, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and even a day. Okay, so if you want to see stocks that have had, 3 consecutive 5-minute candles up, I mean, you can do something like that. Whether the fourth one will continue, you know, 100%, you're not going to know, but you can try this, and but depending on your time frame that you want, so you could add the filter and then put 2, and this will be a minimum. If you want stocks that are moving down, you use this max and you put a minus number. Could be useful. It could be useful. But what happens on a day like this for me? I just sort of deal with it and I say, okay, tomorrow could be very different. I don't try to fight it. So I have no idea. Happy New Year. With my experience, do I consider the market bullish or bearish? And do you expect the second half of the year to with a reverse? I have no idea. Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to. Again, I use this term. I'm not trying to be flip, but right now I would say the market's bullish. Look at the SPY. Right now, the market's bullish. But what's going to happen in the last year? No idea. I mean, you go to 10 different stations and you might get 10 different answers or opinions. Okay. Because I'm more of an intraday trader, that sort of stuff just doesn't affect me. I just trade what I see on an intraday basis. So the CCL guys is still hanging around the VWAP, 1442, 1446. It's hanging around that VWAP area. Okay, are we making a break? 1442, 1448. Is this going to be a so we could always try this one. Let's say it gets up to say give it 1455 or so. Then we take the trade and put the stop at the VWAP and see what happens. And as always, just consider the VWAP as an area, as Real would say. Real would say with the 200-day moving average, this is an area of the VWAP. All right, guys. I say I have another maybe 10 minutes or so, maybe 15 minutes before I will shut down. So good opportunity to ask questions. See how the SOUN is doing. So see if this can continue just a little bit more. This is in the simulator, taking 500 shares of this SOUN. The other thing about the simulator, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. You can practice swing trading. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day, and it becomes something you can monitor for days as a swing trade. All you need is our standard service. Okay. You just need our standard service. Uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker if you haven't figure it out who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, that's fine. You can use our standard service. It uses our real-time data. So before I do leave for the day, we still have the promo on. It is fast approaching the end, but I'm still here. I've still got another 15 minutes or so of session. William, good to see you though. Have I done out? If you're talking about auto trading, I'll never auto trade. I'll never auto trade. So the answer is no. Why? Well, because the SPY is a good overall market indicator. So if I'm in something that I think might be affected by what the market is doing, I want to know. I think it's widely followed. So you could have, some might have the Russell 2000, this, but I just like the SPY. I've been using the SPY forever. Guys, if you click on that link, where is it? Pricing. There we go. No, you click on the promo link, that'll get you right into the where you can take out the subscription. Okay. And here's the promo code you can use, test drive 25. It'll disappear in 4 days, 12 hours, etc. Basically 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, June 30th. And so that's 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. And as always, try us out for a month before if you're thinking about an annual plan, say you got the money, okay, and you would think, but you don't know the program, don't do it. You can try us out for a month and get the 25% off that first month. And then if you decide, yeah, I want an annual, go for it. Or at any time, really. You could even go, several months with us on a monthly basis. Remember, you won't get the discount of that 25% is only good for the first month. But let's just say you run 3 months, you say, boy, I really like it. I want an annual. Yeah, we'll give you the 25%. And I put my homepage link in because again, a lot of information on my homepage. So there's the same promo. Okay, there it is. You can click here and you can get your subscription. You must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos starting off with, your download and then your first startup, etc. Covers alert windows and top list windows. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading or new to trading or looking for perhaps a refresher. Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. I do a daily stock of the day. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. How was it doing? I know it triggered FTNT. So it triggered, so a little underwater if you took it, okay, because I know the trigger was 72.25. But remember, in the email you get there is a stop. I think it was the 20-day, maybe the 20-day moving average. So there is a stop, suggested stop. Again, here's the education section. And again, my scan. So here are the scans that I am sharing. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. It at least lets me know, okay, not that these stocks necessarily are going to do, anything unbelievable when the market opens, but at least we know what the activist ones are, up or down, and we can kind of follow them for a while anyway. So if you decide to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link or that link that I put in, the test drive link. I do get some credit. The room gets credit. The room is free because of the subscriptions that we can generate using the room, plus, or in the room. Plus, if you save my homepage, you'll have access to my scans, which I change up from time to time, plus the education section anytime you want. Hey guys, anything happening here? I see this HT was showing up on the options scanner. Hasn't really moved though. Okay, guys, so there's the CCL. I think closer to maybe a stronger break over the VWAP. Be interesting to see this one and also NCLH tomorrow. See if there's a recovery. You know, this was up quite a bit. Both of these were up quite a bit over the last month or so. Seemed like the cruises were finally, getting back in favor. So that might be just a momentary blip with the CCL. Look how this is almost tracking it. NCLH also over the VWAP 1853. Just like CCL is now just over its VWAP. I don't think RCL moved down as much. Yeah, see, RCL is basically flat now. So RCL is, the leader. There's no question. This is the leader, not just because of the stock price, but look what it did. It hardly budged when CCL and NCLH were. It did have that little move down here, but it recovered most of the day. Though I guess it did have this little jog down. But look, it's 200-day moving or VWAP, well above it now. Okay, and Bitcoin is still defending that 30,000. Okay, guys, are there any last minute questions? Again, I have another maybe 10 minutes I can hang around before I absolutely have to go. So if you have any questions. So are you talking about on the chart exclusive? How can I add a stop loss and trade ideas after I've already put my order in? Okay, so let's just take a. Well, again, if I'm going to get into it, this trade, this QBTS, I know where my stop is. Okay, so, well, okay, within Brokers Plus. So let's just take this trade, QBTS. Okay, I'll take I'll take 500 shares. I'll buy it, send it. I'm in the trade, and now if I right click, add the stop order, I'll put it at 162. Okay, I'm just making up a stop. Okay, I've added the stop, and now it's on the chart with approximately minus 100 if it goes down there. So you're in the trade, just right click and add the stop order. Right click on the trade, add the stop order. Okay. That make sense? Exclusive? Did you understand that? Of course, if you want to change your stop, once you can always adjust it, move it up or down. Well, it assumes you're in the trade, okay? You're in the trade, and then you can add the stop order. Okay, so again, I'll just click on finger. I'll take 100 shares. Er, Take 200 shares, go in at the market, buy it, send it. So I'm in the trade now. Finger, I'm in the trade. Now, if I right click, if I right click on it, if I right click on it, it'll say add the stop order. Now, if it's not happening, I don't know how I can help you. You're in the simulator, right? Because once you're in the trade, you can add the stop order. Just have to highlight. I don't know why it's just getting a little hung up here. Hmm. This is going to be maybe a time where we're going to have to get out. I'm hung up, frozen. Hmm. It's probably a good time for me to leave, guys. I'll tell you what, if I can't answer your question, yeah, see, it's somehow, yeah, the linking is going crazy. It's appearing in the YouTube room. Sorry about that, guys. All these things are appearing in the YouTube room for some reason. Tell you what, if you go to support, I could probably help you if I could stick around, but I just can't stick around. I do have to leave. If you go to support at trade-ideas.com and ask that question, okay, I think somebody will be able to help you. And right now, I am hung up. I'm frozen for some reason. So this is a good time for me to exit, okay? I don't know what's happening. Sorry about that, exclusive. I know I could probably help you. I just can't. I have to, but I do have to leave for an appointment. So, and also I'm hung up. Or I'm not hung up now. Okay, I don't know what happened, but it's loading symbols indiscriminately now, and I know I'm not on surfing. Okay, guys. Again, thanks for all the help. My script together. All right, I'll open the room. Now, the main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. So from 8 to 9, you could converse amongst yourselves. I'll get live on the mic on all the other rooms at 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.